15 real incidents. One house had an attic lit with red Christmas lights and piles of bones. One teen watched a man end his life through an attic window. One family's bed shook like something was underneath it. And one morning, time itself stopped making sense inside a normal home. As you listen, ask yourself, which story feels too specific to be made up, and which one would break you if you experienced it? Comment your first answer, and subscribe if you want more real incident horror like this. Story 1. When I think back on the house I grew up in, it never feels quite real. It always comes to me like a place from a strange children's book, the kind where the pictures are a little off and the colors are just a bit too dark. It was a bizarre little house, and I say little only because of the amount of floor space. In reality, it was tall, unreasonably tall. From the outside, it looked like someone had taken a normal, attached townhouse, sliced it away from the row, and then left it standing alone, like a thin book pulled out from a shelf. It was narrow, with its front pressed close to the sidewalk, and it rose up and up, 3 proper floors, a basement below, and an attic above. A free-standing slice of building, crammed with more levels than it seemed big enough to hold. It was old too, old in the way you can see in the lines of the wood and the tilt of the floors. Old in the way doors don't quite shut straight and windows don't quite fit their frames. Old in that very specific way where, a lot of other people lived and died and argued and laughed in it long before you were ever born. When we first moved in, I remember our neighbors telling my parents that the house had character. That was their polite word for it. To me as a kid, it felt like stepping into a kind of maze. Every room had something a little odd about it. There were 2 fully functional fireplaces in different rooms, with chimneys that seemed almost too big for the walls they ran through. There was a shower stall planted squarely in the center of the basement, not against a wall, not in its own little bathroom, just standing there, like someone had decided the middle of a cement floor was a perfectly normal place to wash yourself. Our backyard was barely a backyard at all. You could take maybe 4, 5 big steps from the back door before you hit the fence. If you tried to toss a ball out there, you'd hit the neighbor's wall almost every time. It wasn't a place to run. It was a place to stand and look at how close everything else was. Inside, the floors leaned a little, some more than others. The stairs creaked, and some risers were a bit taller or shorter than their neighbors, so walking up or down them in the dark was a lesson in how to trip. The walls had odd little bumps where pipes hid, and a few decorative details that didn't seem to match each other at all, like different people had each added their little idea of what the house should be over the years. My favorite feature, though, was the dumbwaiter. It was an actual, old-fashioned, rope-pull dumbwaiter built into the inner wall. The small wooden lift started in the kitchen on the ground floor and went up through the wall to my bedroom on one of the top floors. It had little doors on each level with simple latches. You could open the door in the kitchen, slide in a plate or a book or whatever you wanted, pull the rope, and send it up or down. In older times, I guess it had probably been used to send food up to whoever slept or worked upstairs. When we lived there, it was just another one of the house's weird little gifts to me. As a kid, I loved that thing. It felt like having a secret passage, even though everyone knew it was there. I used it for anything I could think of. I'd send toys down to the kitchen instead of carrying them. I'd stuff notes or drawings into it, pull the rope, and yell to my mom to check the dumbwaiter when she was cooking. Sometimes I'd lower my stuffed animals down in it like they were on some kind of slow, creaky elevator ride. The wood smelled like old dust and grease, and the rope left faint fibers on your hand when you pulled it, but I never really thought about how old or strange it really was. It was just my dumbwaiter. The rest of the house felt just as odd and familiar to me. The two fireplaces were more like decorations than tools by the time we lived there, but I liked to crouch in front of them and imagine what the rooms had looked like when families sat by those fires instead of turning on the TV. The basement, with its lonely shower stall in the middle, was the sort of place you could scare yourself silly if you let your imagination run. All you had to do was turn off the main light and picture someone just standing under that shower head, in the dark, with the water off. I loved that weird little house. To me it was home, with all its quirks. I knew which stairs always creaked the loudest. I knew which part of the living room floor dipped a little in the middle. I knew that if you sat just right in my bedroom at night, you could hear faint street sounds and the hum of people's lives from the houses on either side. But the house also came with something else, the constant need for repairs. Because it was old, something was always going wrong. A pipe would leak, a window would stick, plaster would crack. The walls were full of strange surprises whenever my parents tried to fix one thing or another. We didn't have a lot of money, so my parents did as much of the work as they could themselves, calling in professionals only when absolutely necessary. Over time, though, the list of what needed fixing grew longer and longer, and the cost of keeping the place from falling apart in bigger ways started to add up. I heard more and more adult conversations about how much we're sinking into this place and what we can realistically afford. And maybe it's time to start thinking about moving. For a while, those were just words grown-ups said in the kitchen after I went to bed. Then one day, they weren't just words. My parents sat me down and told me plainly we were going to move. The house that seemed to me like a storybook setting was to them a crumbling puzzle they couldn't keep patching forever. Preparing for the move was a long, messy process. We had been there 8 years by then, which is a long time for stuff to build up. Closets were full of clothes and toys and forgotten things. The shelves sagged under the weight of books and dishes and random items nobody could even remember buying. Boxes appeared in every room, half filled with whatever someone had started to pack before getting distracted. I was expected to pack my own room, which seemed fair enough. I tried to be good about it, but I was a kid and I was easily bored. At first I started the right way, folding shirts, stacking books, putting toys into boxes, but that got old fast. It was much more fun to use the dumbwaiter. Instead of carrying my things down the stairs, I'd stuff them into the little lift and lower them down to the kitchen. Sometimes I'd just throw softer things down the shaft without bothering with the platform, just to see them tumble into the world below. Clothes, old notebooks, stuffed animals, all kinds of things ended up at the bottom in a heap. My room got emptier and the kitchen got a random rain of my belongings. When I ran out of patience even for that, I started using my closet as a kind of catch-all storage. I shoved clothes and other soft items deeper and deeper in until they formed one big, solid mass. Eventually, all those shirts and pants and jackets turned into what felt like a single block of fabric. I was small enough then that I could climb up onto that clothes brick and almost treat it like an extra step or platform. It was while I was wrestling with that packed closet, pulling things out and tossing them onto the bed to sort later, that I saw something I had never noticed before. Up on the ceiling of the closet, above where all the clothes had once been piled so high, there was a square outline, a hatch, an attic entrance. I stood there for a second, breathing a little harder from all the pulling and lifting I'd been doing, and just stared up at it. How had I never seen it? The answer was obvious. The way I'd stuffed that closet full, I'd never needed to look straight up with the door fully open. The mass of clothes had hidden it like a soft, messy curtain. Now, with the closet mostly cleared out, the outline of the hatch was plain as day. Being a kid, and one who loved exploring every odd corner of that house, I felt a quick spark of excitement. An attic entrance in my closet, above my bedroom, and I had never been up there. My parents had never said a word about an attic space being accessible from my room. I knew there was an attic, or in the vague way, old houses have empty tops where insulation and dust live, but I had never seen this door. Suddenly, the idea that there was a whole part of the house I hadn't laid eyes on after 8 years of living there was too much to ignore. The sensible thought would have been to go downstairs and tell my parents, or at least ask if I was allowed up there. That thought did pass through my mind, but curiosity and the thrill of doing something on my own drowned it out quickly. It felt like the house itself had given me a secret entrance, like a final prize before I had to leave it behind for good. The hatch didn't have a handle on my side, just a small lip where the panel met the frame. I climbed up carefully onto the remaining thick layer of clothes in the closet, testing my weight the way kids do when they've climbed furniture 100 times. It held. I reached up, got my fingers under the edge of the hatch, and pushed. It took a bit of effort. The panels stuck for a moment, then gave way with a little jerk and a puff of dust. A smell rushed down at me, a mix of dry wood, old insulation, and that particular attic scent of things stored and forgotten. I coughed once, blinked dust out of my eyes, and then pushed the hatch the rest of the way open until it flipped back and rested on the other side. Above me was a dark opening and a slice of a world I had never seen. I hoisted myself up, elbows on the rough floor of the attic space, and wriggled through. For a second, I expected to be swallowed by darkness. In my mind, attics were pitch black unless you had a flashlight. But when I pulled myself all the way in and turned around, I realized it wasn't as dark as it should have been. The first thing I noticed was the color of the light. Instead of being lit by bare bulbs or sunlight through a window, the attic glowed with a soft, strange, reddish light. Old red Christmas lights had been strung all around the space, stapled or nailed along beams and rafters. Most of the bulbs still worked. They cast a dim but steady red shine over everything, giving the whole attic a kind of eerie holiday night feel. It was like walking into a forgotten, half-finished decoration project. My eyes adjusted quickly. The red light left shadows in the corners, but I could see well enough to make out shapes. The ceiling above slanted down on both sides, following the line of the roof. Wooden beams crossed overhead. The floor was made of old, wide planks, some stained, some cracked. The second thing I noticed was that the attic wasn't raw and unused the way I imagined. Instead of bare insulation poking out and nails sticking up everywhere, someone had taken the time to cover the insulation behind sheets of clear plastic. It was stapled in neat rows, sealing the fluffy pink and yellow material away. In the middle of the space, there was an old metal gurney, the kind of wheeled bed you see in hospitals, or maybe old movies about emergencies. Its metal frame was chipped and spotted with rust, but it had been piled with sleeping bags and sheets to make a kind of bed. Nearby, against one slanted wall, stood a refrigerator. It was an old model, rounded at the edges and painted a mint green color that had gone out of style long before I was born. The paint was chipped and rust edged the metal here and there, but it stood solid and humming softly when I walked close and flipped the handle. Inside, the air was cool. The fridge worked. There wasn't much in it by then. Maybe 1 or 2 old items I can't clearly remember now. But the light came on, and the motor kicked in with that low buzz that tells you something is alive and functioning. A gurney turned into a bed, a working refrigerator, insulation sealed away so that you could breathe and move around without getting covered in fiberglass. Someone had set this attic up to be lived in. That thought landed in my mind and stayed there as I slowly turned in place, taking in the rest of the space. That was when I noticed the third thing. The bones. At first they were just odd shapes to my eyes. Pale, to off-white things lying in clumps on the attic floor. My brain saw them before it understood them. I took a cautious step closer to one pile, then another, my sneakers making faint sounds on the boards. The red light from the Christmas strands washed over everything, giving the white shapes a strange, pinkish tint. I was a kid, maybe too young to know all the details of anatomy, but old enough to recognize bones when I saw them. And there were a lot of bones. They were heaped into a series of piles around the center of the attic, like someone had brought them here and dropped them in loose mounds. There were small bones, delicate and short, maybe from birds or rabbits or other little animals. There were larger bones, long and thick, maybe from bigger creatures. Ribs curved in smooth arcs. Vertebrae stacked like uneven stone rings. I can't say with certainty now what kinds of animals they all came from. I only know that it looked like parts of many different bodies had been separated and sorted by no clear rule. Some piles were cleaner than others. A few held bones that were bright, almost white, as if they had been picked clean and then aged in dry air for a long time. Others contained pieces with scraps of something darker still clinging to them, or areas stained yellow or brown. They weren't arranged carefully, not like a museum display or a scientist's collection. They were just dumped, gathered, stacked in rough, uneven clumps. 2 of the piles looked different from the others. The bones in them were blackened, as if they had been exposed to fire. The edges were charred, some pieces cracked from the heat. Ash dusted the floor around them. The wood nearby on the attic floor and lower parts of the wall bore smoky stains too, like there had been attempts to burn these bones right there. Above and near those burned piles, the walls were marked. It took me a moment to understand what I was looking at. The red glow made everything strange, and the walls themselves were old and rough. But as I stepped a bit closer, I could see dark smears and strokes on the surface of the wood, reaching out in finger-like lines. They looked like someone had dipped their hand in something dark, soot, or maybe the burnt remains of those bones, and then written or rubbed it against the wall. Most of the marks didn't form clear letters. They were just streaks, swirls, places where someone had pressed their palm or fingers and dragged them down. But in a few patches, where the strokes lined up just right, I could see actual words. Sorry. It appeared more than once, scratched or smeared onto the wood in that strange, dark material, not in neat handwriting, but jagged, hurried, like someone had written it fast, maybe over and over. Sorry, sorry, sorry. I stood there in the center of that attic, the red Christmas lights glowing dimly overhead, surrounded by heaps of bones and those smeared words, and I finally let myself feel the full weight of everything I was seeing. Someone had lived up here, or at least spent a great deal of time here. They had made a bed out of an old gurney, dragged a refrigerator up the stairs and through the hatch or some other entrance, sealed off the insulation so it would be more comfortable. They had brought food up, I assumed. Maybe they had brought other things, books, clothes, Tools? I didn't see those right away. All my attention was on the bones. Why so many bones? My mind, being young and dramatic, leaped in every direction at once. I thought of secret killers and hidden rituals, of strange people living above us at night, of animals being dragged in through holes I couldn't see. I thought of the dumbwaiter in the wall, the old rope and wood. I thought of all the times I had slept in my bed, directly below this space, with nothing but the ceiling and a layer of plaster and wood between me and this room of bones. My heart started to hammer in my chest. The red Christmas lights, which had seemed oddly cozy when I first crawled up there, now made the space feel like a stage set for something awful. The gurney bed, with its piles of sleeping bags and sheets, he seemed less like an adventure and more like a place someone had hidden from the world with their own secrets. I don't remember if I said anything out loud. I don't think I screamed. I just know that at some point, the cold feeling in my stomach overwhelmed my curiosity, and I turned and scrambled back toward the closet opening. Climbing back down was harder than getting up. My hands shook. I lowered myself through the hatch, dropping down the last little bit onto the top of the clothes brick in my closet, then stumbled out into my room. The normal light there, sun from the window, the familiar color of my posters and furniture, felt like a shock. I pushed the hatch closed above me, almost as if I thought something might follow if I left it open. Dust drifted down around me. I stood there in my closet, breathing hard, listening to the ordinary sounds of the house, the distant sound of a TV, the vague clink of dishes from the kitchen, the hum of cars outside. Part of me wanted to run downstairs and tell my parents right away. Another part of me didn't know how to even begin to explain what I had seen. "There's a room full of bones above my closet" wasn't a sentence I knew how to say without feeling like I'd somehow done something wrong just by discovering it. What I remember most sharply is the realization, repeating itself in my head over and over, that room has been right there, above me, this whole time. For 8 years, while I'd slept in my bed, played in my room, stuffed clothes into my closet, climbed on my clothes brick, that attic had been sitting quietly above me. Whatever had happened in it, whoever had set up that gurney bed, plugged in that mint green fridge, strung those red Christmas lights, stacked those heaps of bones, and smeared those apologies on the wall. It had all been done in a space just one thin ceiling away from my life. I don't remember every detail of what happened after. Eventually, I did tell my parents. Adults went up there. Conversations were had about old tenants, about hunters, about maybe someone storing old animal bones from God knows what. I'm sure practical explanations were floated. Maybe they were even right. From where I stood, as a child looking at piles and piles and piles of bones under a red glow, any explanation felt small compared to the feeling of it. Not long after that, we moved. The house that had shaped so many of my early memories, its crooked stairs, its strange basement shower, its tiny backyard, and its wonderful, weird dumbwaiter, became another place in someone else's life. But that attic, sealed away behind a hatch I hadn't noticed for most of my childhood, stayed with me. Even now, as an adult, when I think of lying in that bed as a kid, staring up at my ceiling, and listening to the creaks of the house settling at night, I can't help picturing what was just beyond that thin layer of wood and plaster. A room lit by old red lights, a gurney made into a bed, a humming mint green fridge, piles of bones in all shapes and sizes, some burned, some clean, dark smears on the walls spelling out the same word again and again. Sorry. and the knowledge that it had all been sitting over my head for 8 years while I slept. Story 2. When I was younger, my uncle worked a lot of different jobs to make money. Over the years, he tried all kinds of things. But one job he always came back to was painting houses. Every summer and well into late fall, he would take contracts around town and spend his days painting exteriors. It wasn't some small side gig either. He treated it like a real business. He had a truck with his company name and phone number on the side, ladders and scaffolding tied down in the back, and all the supplies neatly organized. People in town knew him and trusted his work. Sometimes, when he needed an extra set of hands, he would call my dad, and whenever that happened, I would tag along and help out too. At the time, I was still a teenager, so I didn't mind at all. The work wasn't especially difficult, and he paid me pretty well for the help. Most of the time, my job was simple: prep surfaces, carry supplies, and put on the first coat of paint, while my uncle handled the more precise finishing work. For the most part, it was a pretty normal job. But one particular job ended up becoming something I've never been able to forget. That fall had been incredibly wet. It felt like it rained almost every day. When you paint houses, weather matters a lot. If the surfaces are wet or the air is too damp, the paint won't set properly. Because of that, a lot of my uncle's projects were getting delayed. He often worked on multiple houses at the same time, so when the weather ruined the schedule, everything started stacking up. That meant I ended up helping him more than usual. One day, he told me we needed to go finish a job that had been dragging on for weeks. It was a large old Victorian house in a quiet part of town. The owners had hired him during the summer, but between the rain and a few family issues my uncle was dealing with, the project had taken far longer than anyone expected. Apparently, the woman who lived there had called him earlier that day. She explained that her husband was an author who worked from home, and the scaffolding outside the house kept distracting him while he tried to write. She asked if there was any way we could come finish the job as soon as possible. My uncle took pride in being an honest businessman. He didn't want unhappy customers or bad word of mouth around town. Even though his schedule was already tight, he decided to move that house to the top of the list. According to him, we could probably finish the remaining work in a day or two. So that afternoon, we loaded up the truck and drove over there. I still remember the atmosphere that day very clearly. It was late fall, and the temperature had that strange kind of chill that sinks deep into your bones. The air wasn't freezing, but it carried a sharp coldness that made everything feel uncomfortable. The sky was covered with gray clouds, turning the whole neighborhood dull and colorless. On top of that, the street itself was completely quiet. No cars passing, no people outside. Just a heavy silence that made everything feel slightly off. When we arrived, my uncle parked the truck and we started unloading supplies. The front of the house was already finished, so we moved around to the back where the remaining work needed to be done. Most of it was higher up on the structure. My uncle looked up at the scaffolding that was still set up against the house and then turned to me, and he asked if I was afraid of heights. I was 17 at the time. Heights did make me a little uneasy, but there was no way I was going to admit that in front of him. I didn't want to look like a kid, so I told him I was fine. He seemed pleased with that answer. He handed me a utility belt with brushes and tools and a couple of paint cans and told me to climb up to the 3rd level of the scaffolding. My job was to paint an upper section near the roof while he handled the detailing below. Near the spot I was supposed to work, there was a small, oval-shaped window. It looked into the attic. Apparently the husband used that attic as his writing studio. So there I was, climbing up 3 levels of scaffolding with paint cans swinging behind me and brushes tucked into the belt around my waist. When I reached the top platform, and I set everything down and got to work. I opened one of the paint cans, dipped my brush, and started painting along the upper boards of the house. I had done this kind of thing plenty of times before, so the motion was automatic. Despite the strange atmosphere of the day, the job itself felt routine. Eventually, I worked my way along the wall until I reached the small oval window that looked into the attic. I crouched down to dip my brush into the paint again, then stood back up to paint the section above the window. That's when I noticed someone inside. The husband was standing there. He was looking directly at me through the glass. His face startled me immediately. It wasn't angry. It wasn't sad. It wasn't anything. There was absolutely no emotion on it at all. I had never seen a human face look that empty before. I instinctively stepped back a little, then gave a small awkward laugh and smiled at him, the way you do when you accidentally lock eyes with someone. But he didn't react. He didn't smile. He didn't blink. He just stared at me. Then, without looking away, he slowly raised a pistol. For a second, my brain didn't understand what I was seeing. But then he lifted the gun to his head, and without breaking eye contact with me, he pulled the trigger. The sound of the gunshot exploded through the quiet afternoon. I gasped and let out a small scream in shock. Instinctively, I stepped backward, but the problem was that I stepped too far. My foot slipped off the edge of the scaffolding, and suddenly I was falling. Below me, my uncle had heard the gunshot and looked up just in time to see me drop from the 3rd level. Luckily for me, there was a large bush beneath the scaffolding. I crashed into it instead of the hard ground. Even with that bit of luck, I still ended up with a broken ankle and plenty of cuts and bruises. But the physical injuries weren't the worst part. What I saw through that window stayed with me. For a long time afterward, I had to go to counseling because I couldn't stop replaying that moment in my mind. Years have passed since that day, but I still remember the man's face perfectly. That completely empty expression. At the time, I couldn't understand why someone would look like that while doing something so terrible. But later we learned more about his situation. Apparently, he had been deeply depressed for a long time. He was struggling with serious marital problems, drinking too much whiskey, and dealing with a severe case of writer's block while trying to finish his next book. Everything had piled up on him until he felt like he couldn't handle it anymore. Not long after the incident, his wife moved out of the house. The painting job was never finished. As far as I know, the place still sits empty to this day. I avoid driving down that street whenever I can, because a part of me is always afraid that if I happen to look toward the backyard, I'll see that same attic window again, and behind the glass, that man will still be standing there, staring out at me with that same cold, emotionless face. Story 3. I was 13 the year my grandmother died. People talk about years in terms of big events, graduations, moves, jobs. But for me, that whole stretch of time is tied to her illness. Everything else feels blurred around the edges. School happened. Friends happened. But the thing that cut through all of that, the thing that still feels sharp and clear even now, is those last weeks we spent in her house, waiting for something we knew was coming, but couldn't really understand. My grandmother had always been strong in a way that didn't look loud or dramatic. She wasn't the type to shout or command a room. She was small, with soft hands, and a voice that rarely rose above a certain level, but there was this unshakable steadiness to her. She kept photo albums in careful order, always remembered birthdays, always knew when someone needed a phone call or a warm meal. She'd lived in the same little house for decades, a one-story place with pale walls and thick curtains that always smelled faintly of soap, tea, and whatever she'd cooked last. Cancer changed that house. It started as news whispered in the kitchen months before. I wasn't in the room when my mother took the phone call from the doctor, but I remember the sound of it, how her voice went quiet and flat, how the hum of the refrigerator suddenly felt too loud in the silence after. I remember the way she hung up and stared at the wall for a few seconds before she seemed to remember I was standing there too. "It's Nana," she said. "She's sick." She didn't tell me everything at once. Adults rarely do. They give you pieces, as if the news might hurt less if it arrives in smaller shapes. They found something. She's going to have some treatments. She might be tired for a while. But even at 13, you learn pretty quickly how to read the spaces between words, or how to judge the truth by the look in someone's eyes rather than what they actually say. Soon we were driving to my grandmother's house more often. At first it was just visits. We'd bring groceries, help her tidy up, sit at her kitchen table while she tried to pretend everything was normal. She wore a scarf over her thinning hair. There were new pill bottles lined up on the counter. A hospital bed started to creep into conversation, then into the living room, then into the center of everything. When the doctors finally told my mother that my grandmother wouldn't be getting better, that it was only a matter of time, the visits stopped being visits. They became something else. "We're going to stay at Nana's for a while," my mother told me one afternoon. Just until things are settled." Settled meant until she died. Or we moved into the house like people moving into a place that isn't quite theirs. We didn't bring everything, just clothes, some books, a few things from home to make it feel less strange. My mother slept in her childhood bedroom, a small room down the hall with faded wallpaper and a narrow bed. I got the room that used to be my uncle's, across from the bathroom. My grandmother's room was at the end of the hall, the doorway always half open, the hospital bed where her old wooden bed used to be. From that bed, she could see the window, the dresser, the photos on the wall. She could see down the hall if she tilted her head just right. But as the weeks went on, she got weaker and weaker, and even tilting her head became an effort. Eventually, she barely moved at all. Being 13 in a house where someone is dying is a strange kind of existence. You're still worried about homework and whether your friends will think you've become weird or distant. You still think about music and TV and stupid jokes, but those things start to feel thin and unreal next to the heavy, constant presence of sickness. Days in that house followed a kind of slow rhythm. Hospice nurses came and went, checking vitals, adjusting medication, quietly teaching my mother how to turn her own mother in bed so she wouldn't get sores. My grandmother dozed in and out of sleep, her breaths sometimes shallow, sometimes rattling. Sometimes she was awake enough to talk, to ask small questions about the weather or whether I'd eaten, always more concerned about us than herself. At night, the house changed. The nurses left, and it was just my mother, my grandmother, and me. The world outside shrank to the rectangle of yard beyond the windows and the dim stretch of street lamps at the end of the block. Cars passed now and then, their headlights sliding across the curtains. Inside, the only light came from a few lamps and the small glow of machines beside my grandmother's bed. Those nights felt long. My mother tried to keep me on something like a normal schedule. Dinner at the usual time, homework at the table, bed around 10 or 11, but sleep never came easily. Sounds I never noticed before became suddenly important. The hum of the oxygen machine, the squeak of floorboards under someone's weight, the soft clearing of a throat down the hall. Every cough from my grandmother's room made my body tense without me even thinking about it. My mother was tired all the time. You could see it in her eyes, in the way her shoulders drooped when she thought no one was looking. She was watching her mother fade away a little more each day, and on top of that, she was the one everyone relied on to keep things going, to answer the phone, to talk to the nurses, to make sure I ate and got to school sometimes and didn't completely drown in the heavy air of that house. She tried to give me space. She told me I could close my bedroom door if I needed to. I tried to help in small ways where I could, fetching water, folding blankets, sitting with my grandmother for short stretches, and telling her about my day, even if she spent half of my stories half asleep. But there was no escaping the fact that we were waiting for the day when the house would be quieter than it had ever been. As the end drew closer, everyone knew it, even if no one said it out loud. The nurses started using words like comfortable more and peaceful. They talked less about adjusting medications to help her feel stronger and more about making sure she wasn't in pain. My grandmother spoke less and less. Sometimes she'd open her eyes, squeeze my mother's hand, and then drift away again. By then, she was completely bedridden. She didn't get up. She didn't walk. She went from the bed to nothing, really. The idea of her standing, let alone walking quietly through the house, seemed as far-fetched as the idea of her suddenly getting out of bed and cooking a full meal like she used to. One night, near the very end, I went to bed like usual. It must have been around 10 or 11. I remember lying in that unfamiliar bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to the soft, muffled sounds of the house. My mother moving in her room down the hall, the creak of a door, the murmur of the TV turned down low in the living room, where she sometimes sat to give herself a break from watching the monitor in my grandmother's room. Sleep came in fits. I'd drift off, then jerk awake when the house made some small noise. My dreams were thin and strange, full of ordinary things that felt wrong. School hallways that went on too long, doors that didn't open, my grandmother standing in the kitchen, looking both old and young at the same time. I don't know how long I'd been asleep when it happened. All I know is that when my bedroom door burst open, it might as well have been the middle of the night. My mother rushed into my room, her face tight, eyes wide but not exactly frantic. It wasn't the look she had when something terrible and obvious had just happened, like the time our car broke down on the highway. It was a different kind of intensity, a focused concern. "Wake up," she said, shaking my shoulder lightly. "Wake up. Get up." Nana just came into my room and woke me up, and then she left. I don't know where she went. Her words hit me in pieces. Nana just came into my room, woke me up. She left. For a second, none of it made sense. My brain was still sticky with sleep. I pushed myself up on my elbows, squinting in the dim light from the hallway, and tried to process what she was saying. "What?" I asked. "What do you mean?" My mother stood there in the doorway, flustered. "She came in," she said again. "She was just in my room. She woke me up, and then she walked out. I thought she was going to the bathroom or something. She shouldn't be up alone. Come on." There was no hint of ghost stories or anything supernatural in her voice. She sounded like someone whose seriously ill, bed-bound mother had just done something impossible and was now logically in danger because of it. The only emotion there was worry. The thing that stuck with me even then was how matter-of-fact she sounded. No tremor of, "I saw something strange," just a firm, "She was there. She woke me. Now she's not here. That's bad. Let's find her." Adrenaline started to push sleep away. I swung my legs out of bed, pulled on whatever clothes were nearby. I think it was just a t-shirt and pajama pants, and followed my mother into the hallway. The house felt colder than usual, the air thinner, but that might have just been me. We checked my grandmother's room first. It was the closest, and it was where anyone would expect her to be. As we hurried down the hall, my mother calling out softly, "Mom, Mom, where are you?" I remember picturing my grandmother standing in the bathroom, holding onto the sink, frail and trembling, because she'd tried to get up without help. I imagined tripping over her if she'd fallen in the hall. My chest tightened with those worries, the simple, practical fears of someone who has watched another person become more fragile day by day. We reached her doorway, and my mother pushed it open the rest of the way. The room was dim, lit only by the small glow of a night light and the faint light from the hall. The outlines were all familiar: the hospital bed, the little table with plastic cups and pill bottles, the chair where my mother often sat. My grandmother lay in the bed, exactly where she had been hours earlier. At first glance, it looked like she was sleeping. Her eyes were closed. Her hands were resting on the blanket. She didn't look twisted or uncomfortable, but there was something wrong in the stillness of her. There's a difference between the way a sleeping person lies in bed and the way a body lies in bed after life has left it. Even at 13, even in that half-awake state, I could tell the difference almost instantly. Her chest wasn't moving. The slight sounds of breath I'd gotten used to hearing were gone. The room was too quiet. My mother moved to the side of the bed in 3 quick steps. She leaned over, called softly, "Mom?" Then louder, "Mom." She touched my grandmother's shoulder, then her face. I watched her expression change as the truth arrived all at once. Everything that happened after that moved quickly and slowly at the same time. My mother checked for a pulse, the way the nurses had shown her. She pressed her ear close, listening. Her hands shook. She told me to go to the phone and call someone, either the hospice number or 911. I can't even remember which it was now, only that my fingers fumbled on the buttons. There were tears. There was shock. There was a strange numbness that wrapped itself around everything like cotton stuffed in our heads. Neighbors eventually came, or nurses, or paramedics. I remember figures moving through the house, their voices soft, their steps careful. Men came later to take my grandmother's body away. It all felt unreal, like I was watching it happen in someone else's home. Or in the middle of all that, we didn't stop to talk about the fact that moments before we found her, my mother had woken me up by saying that my bedridden grandmother had entered her room, roused her, and walked away. Whatever had happened in my mother's room faded under the weight of what had happened in the other room. My grandmother was gone. That simple, enormous fact swallowed up everything else. Days and weeks blurred together after that. There was the funeral, with its cluster of relatives and too many flowers and people hugging me and saying things like, "She's in a better place now," in voices that tried to be soothing, but often just bounced off the surface of my own stunned mind. There were practical things to deal with, clearing out my grandmother's clothes, sorting through her belongings, deciding who got which dishes or which picture frames. There were quiet, aching evenings at home after we moved back to our own house, when the absence of those nightly trips to her place felt almost as heavy as her presence once had. Time passed. It does that, even when you don't think it should. Seasons changed. School years moved along. Grief softened in some places and deepened in others. My memories of my grandmother shifted from those last weeks of illness back toward earlier, happier scenes. Her in the kitchen making soup, her laughing at a joke, her hugging me tight on my birthday. The memory of that night stayed with me, but for a long time it sat there without me really looking at it too closely. Every now and then, something would bring it back. A dream, the smell of her house on one of her old scarves. A conversation with my mother about something completely different that drifted toward the topic of loss. I'd think about the way my mother had burst into my room, about the specific words she'd used, and then I'd let the thought slide away again. It was months, maybe even a year or more later, when I finally asked my mother about it directly. We were at home, doing something ordinary, folding laundry, I think, or loading the dishwasher. The conversation had turned to my grandmother, and for once the mood was light enough that I felt like I could say something without it sounding like I was picking at a wound. "Do you remember," I asked, "the night Nana died? When you came into my room and told me she came into yours and woke you up?" My mother paused in whatever she was doing. She looked at me with a frown, not angry, but puzzled. What do you mean?" she asked. "You came into my room," I said, feeling a little strange even as I said it, because the memory was so clear in my own mind. "You woke me up and said that Nana had just been in your room. You said she walked in and woke you up, and then she walked out. That's why we went to check on her. You don't remember that?" My mother stared at me, the lines around her eyes deepening slightly. I watched her search her memory, the way her gaze drifted to the side, like she was trying to picture that night in her head. "I remember waking up," she said slowly. I don't know. I remember feeling like I had to check on her. I remember going to your room to get you." She shook her head. "But I don't remember dreaming that she came in. I don't remember telling you that." "You don't remember Nana being up and walking around?" I pressed, not because I wanted to force something on her, but because I needed to know if my own memory was playing tricks on me. "You don't remember saying she woke you up?" She looked genuinely unsettled by the question, but not in an angry way. More like someone who has just realized there's a gap where they thought there was solid ground. "No," she said quietly, "I don't. I remember being worried. I remember going to her room and finding her, but I don't remember what woke me up. I don't remember thinking she was walking around the house." Her lack of memory didn't erase mine. If anything, it made mine feel even stranger. Because for me, that moment coming fully awake to her words is as sharp as anything from that night. I can see her standing in my doorway in her worn sleep clothes, hair mussed from sleep, eyes bright with concern. I can hear her voice saying, "Nana just came into my room and woke me up and then she left," as clearly as if she were saying it beside me now. She doesn't remember saying that. She doesn't remember seeing her mother walk into her room at 3 a.m, even though she believed it so fully in that moment that it pushed her to wake me, to rush down the hall. So what woke her? What pushed her to check? What made her come into my room, of all things, instead of going straight to my grandmother's bedside alone? I don't have answers to those questions. I can only stack my memory next to hers and stare at the space between them. Some people might say she dreamed it, that her mind, or exhausted and steeped in weeks of caregiving, conjured up an image of her mother walking in one last time. Some people might say it was just instinct, that she woke with a sense something was wrong, and her half-asleep brain filled in the rest. Some people might say my grandmother did, in some way, come to tell my mother goodbye. I don't know. I was 13. All I knew then was that my mother came into my room and told me something impossible had just happened, and that when we followed that thread down the hall, we found that something far more final had happened instead. What I do know is that the memory of that night still sends a small shiver up my spine when I think about it. Not because it was a horror story in the way movies show them. No shadows leaping from corners. No cold spots, and no whispering voices, but because of the way two people can share a moment and remember it so differently. Because of the way a mind under strain can crack open just enough to let something through, whether we call that thing a dream, an instinct, or a goodbye. My grandmother was bedridden. She hadn't stood on her own in days. She never got up at 3 in the morning to walk around the house, not in any way we could see. But for one brief moment, my mother was so certain she had that she woke her child to help her find her. She doesn't remember that. I do. That gap, that odd little space between what we each recall, is what lingers. It's small, but when I look at it too closely, it still gives me chills. Story 4. When I was 8 years old, my whole life got picked up and dropped into what felt like a completely different world. Up until then, I'd lived in urban South Florida, the kind of place with constant traffic noise, bright lights even at 2 in the morning, people everywhere, and more concrete than trees. Our neighborhood had strip malls, busy intersections, fast food places on every corner, and the distant, steady sound of the highway, like a background song you stopped noticing after a while. Then my parents decided we were moving. They found a little house in a tiny town in North Florida. When I say tiny, I mean the kind of place where everyone knows everyone else's business, where the main downtown is a short strip with maybe a gas station, a dollar store, a diner, and not much else. If you blinked while driving by, you might miss it. The land around the town was mostly woods and fields, long stretches of 2-lane roads with nothing on either side except trees and the occasional mailbox. Nights were actually dark there, not city dark with streetlights, but real dark, the kind where if you step outside, you see more stars than you even knew existed. To me, at 8, it felt like we'd moved into the set of a Goosebumps book. The house my parents bought wasn't huge, but it sat on a piece of land that felt big compared to what we had before. There was a front yard that faded into woods, a gravel driveway that crunched under the car tires, and just enough distance from the nearest neighbor that you could shout as loud as you wanted outside and no one would hear you clearly. It was quiet, really quiet. At first, that quiet felt kind of nice, but after a while, it started to feel off. When you grow up falling asleep to car horns and sirens far away, hearing nothing but crickets and wind through the trees can make your imagination move in strange directions. Little things started happening over the years. Nothing big enough to make us pack up and leave, but small, odd things that kept stacking in the back of my mind. You'd hear footsteps in the hallway when everyone was in the living room. Stuff would move around the house on its own. Keys you were sure you left on the counter would suddenly be on the table in the other room. You'd hear a door shut when no one had touched it. Sometimes you'd wake up to the feeling of being watched, that heavy sense that someone was standing in the doorway even though no one was there when you turned on the light. We all just called it weird. My parents would shrug and say, "Old houses make noises." I tried to tell myself the same thing, but that feeling that the place wasn't quite empty when we were alone never really went away. We lived there for years. I grew up. The strange little town started to feel normal in its own way. You get used to having one grocery store and everybody knowing your last name. Life rolled along, and the house remained odd, but manageable. The weirdest part of it all, though, the thing that still sticks in my head more than anything else, happened much later, after I was older and my sister had left home and then come back. My sister is older than me. By the time this happened, she was almost 30. She'd gotten married, moved out, and started a life of her own in a trailer out in the woods not too far from our parents' town. Her place was the kind of lonely only rural people really understand. A single wide trailer off a dirt road, surrounded by trees, no close neighbors, and nights so quiet you could hear your own heartbeat. Then her husband got shipped off to Afghanistan. They had a newborn son at the time. My nephew was tiny, soft and floppy, that little newborn weight that feels both fragile and heavy in your arms. My sister was suddenly looking down the barrel of months and months of being alone in that trailer in the woods with a baby and no other adult in the house. She tried it for a bit, but the loneliness started to get to her. She's tough, my sister, not the kind to cry over every little thing. But there's a particular kind of quiet when your partner is gone and you've got a newborn who never sleeps, and you're miles away from anyone with nothing but trees pressing in from every side. It wears on you. So she decided to move back in with my parents for a while. It made sense. There was space in the house. My parents could help with the baby. She wouldn't be completely alone. She brought her son, a few bags of clothes, some baby gear, and moved into her old bedroom again, down the hall from where my parents slept. At first, it seemed like a good, practical plan. She was tired, of course, like all new moms are, but at least she had adult company. The house was full again. Baby cries, late-night feedings, my mom humming lullabies in the kitchen, TV murmuring in the background. Then the house decided to get weirder. She told us later that it began quietly. Little things at night when she was in bed. The headboard of her bed would slam against the wall now and then. Not a tiny tap, but a solid hit, like someone had grabbed the bed and shoved it. It didn't happen every night, and at first she wrote it off. Maybe she'd moved too quickly in her sleep. Maybe she'd kicked the frame. When you're half asleep and exhausted, you don't always stop to analyze. But it kept happening. Then one night she woke up with the distinct feeling that someone was tickling her. Not a weird nerve twitch, not a vague brushing of the sheets, but the sensation of fingers actually moving lightly against her skin. She startled awake, looked around, saw no one, and did her best to push it out of her mind. Sleep-deprived brains do strange things. That's what she told herself. Except it didn't stop there. One night, in the middle of all this, my parents were asleep in their room when my sister's scream tore through the house. My sister is not the screaming type. She was almost 30 then, not some little kid having a nightmare. She'd been through a lot in her life already. She knew real fear and hard times. So when that sound came from her room, my mum's body reacted before her brain did. She bolted out of bed and ran down the hall. What she saw when she reached the doorway made her stop cold. The whole bed was moving, not just a little shake from someone tossing and turning, not the slight wobble you get when someone sits down too hard. My sister's bed was rocking and shaking like something out of a movie. It was jerking up and down, side to side, the frame creaking and thumping, the headboard banging, or the mattress bouncing like a boat being hammered by waves in whitewater. My sister was on the bed, terrified, clutching at the sheets, unable to make it stop. There was no one else in the room. No one at the foot of the bed playing some sick joke. No one under it. Just my sister, the baby's crib nearby, and a piece of furniture acting like it had a mind of its own. My mom is not easily rattled. She and my sister have both been through things that would flatten a lot of other people. Losses, money problems, health scares. They've had to be tougher than they wanted to be more times than I can count. So even though that sight scared her, she didn't run screaming out of the house. She rushed in, grabbed at the bed, tried to steady it, and helped get my sister calmed down once it finally stopped. You'd think that would have been enough to make them say, "Okay, we're out. We're going to a hotel. We're calling a priest, a pastor, a psychic, somebody." But that's not how they are. They're stubborn. They'd already lived with the house's weirdness for years. This was just a new level. They stayed. They kept going. The baby still needed feeding and changing. Life doesn't pause for the paranormal. Then came the night that finally pushed my mum to do more than just ride it out. My sister was in bed, late at night, nursing her son. The room was dim. The house around her was mostly quiet, the kind of quiet that only falls after everyone else has gone to bed, and the TV has been turned off. The baby was latched on, half dozing, making those soft, tiny sounds babies make when they're eating. My sister was probably exhausted, half asleep herself, her hair pulled back in a ponytail to keep it out of the way. Out of nowhere, something grabbed her ponytail. Not a little tug, like a stray knot getting caught on the pillow. A firm, solid grip on the back of her hair. And then it started to pull. Her head jerked back, hard, then to the side, then the other side. It wasn't random shaking. It was like someone standing behind her had twisted their hand in her ponytail and was yanking her head around. She couldn't see anyone. There was no one to push away. Her hands were full with the baby, and even if they hadn't been, where would she have grabbed? The air. She shouted for my mum. My mum came into the room and saw her daughter sitting up in bed, holding the baby close, eyes wide and wild, hair still twitching as if pulled by something that didn't want to let go. And that was the line. My mom had had enough. There's something about a baby in danger, or even a baby being messed with, that flips a switch in a lot of parents and grandparents. You can put up with a lot yourself. You can sleep through strange noises, laugh off shadows moving where they shouldn't, ignore the feeling of being watched. But the second you think something is targeting a child, especially one that's small and helpless, everything changes. My mum stepped further into the room. She didn't cry or scream or beg. She didn't talk to my sister. She didn't talk to the air like she was scared. She talked like a mother who was done putting up with nonsense. She raised her voice just enough to sound firm, but not panicked, like you do when you're telling a kid that you mean business. And then she spoke to whatever was in that room, whether it was a spirit, an energy, or just the house itself. I understand things are different, she said clearly, into the empty air. There's a little baby here, and there never has been before. You're curious. I understand that. She wasn't mocking. She wasn't sweet. She was laying out facts, like she was talking to a misbehaving child or an unruly pet. But you will not touch them anymore, she continued. You can look. You can stay. You were here before us. But I swear to God, you are not allowed to touch them. She laid down those rules as if she was setting house rules for a guest living under her roof. You can be here. You can exist. But there are lines you do not cross. And this, touching my daughter and my grandson, is one of them. Then, almost as suddenly as it started, it stopped. The bed stopped rocking. The hair pulling stopped. The headboard stopped slamming. The weird physical attacks went away. The house didn't turn into a completely normal, boring place overnight. Little strange things still happen sometimes. You'd hear a creak where no one was walking, or feel that old familiar sense of being watched when you stood alone in the hallway at night. But the violent stuff, the bed shaking like a storm-tossed boat, the tickling, the yanking of hair, that all just ended. My sister stayed. She raised her son there until her husband came back, and then they moved out to their own place again. My parents are still in that weird little house in that small North Florida town. Time has moved on, but every now and then, when the family gets together and the stories start coming out over dinner or coffee, that one always comes up. Oh, it's strange enough to live in a house that feels like it came out of a Goosebumps book. It's stranger still to know that, for a while, something in that house seemed very interested in a new baby. But the part that sticks with me most is how my mom handled it. No salt circles, no Latin, no dramatic rituals. Just a woman who had been through enough in her life, standing in the dark of her daughter's room, talking to the unseen the same way she talked to us when we crossed a line. I understand you. I get that you're curious. But these are my people. You don't touch them. And whatever was there, listened. Story 5. About a month ago, I went over to my girlfriend's house like I had 100 times before. But that night feels different in my memory, like there was a before and after. Her family lives in a small or older house on a quiet street. It's one of those places that feels lived in as soon as you walk in the front door. Photos on the walls, shoes by the mat, a couch that's a little worn but comfortable. I'd always felt at ease there. It was where we watched movies, ate dinner with her parents, joked around with her younger siblings. I knew the layout without thinking. Living room straight ahead, kitchen to the right, hallway to the bedrooms, and bathroom on the left. That night, when I walked in, my girlfriend let me in like usual. It was evening, already dark outside, and the porch light threw a yellow circle on the step as I shut the door behind me. I remember the smell of something faintly floral, maybe her mom's air freshener, mixed with the more ordinary scent of whatever they'd last cooked. "Hey," she said, smiling, kissing me lightly before heading into the living room. Her mom called a hello from the kitchen. It should have been a normal, casual night. But as soon as I stepped fully into the living room, something in me twisted. The room looked almost exactly the same, except for one change. On the wall across from the couch, where there used to be a plain, glass-fronted cabinet with random dishes and knickknacks, something new stood. A tall piece of furniture I hadn't seen before. At first, my mind registered only the difference, that something was wrong or out of place. Then I realized what it was. They had a new china cabinet, except it wasn't new. I could tell just from the first glance that it was old, heavy, the kind of thing you don't buy at a regular store these days. It was about 6 feet tall, made of dark wood that almost sucked in the light from the lamp beside it. 2 solid doors were built into either side, and the center was glass-fronted with shelves behind it. The back wall inside the cabinet was a mirror, reflecting the room in a slightly dim, warped way through the layers of glass and objects. I stopped just inside the threshold of the room. A small, unreasonable wave of unease washed through me. Nothing had happened. Nothing was moving. It was just a piece of furniture sitting there. But the feeling settled in my chest anyway, this weird tightness, a kind of anxious sadness I couldn't explain. My girlfriend noticed I'd stopped. "Oh," she said, following my gaze. "They moved Nana's cabinet in." "Nana's?" I asked. "Yeah, my grandmother's." Her voice softened a little when she said it. Mom brought it over a few days ago. We're putting her stuff in it." I remembered then that her grandmother had passed away a few months earlier. I'd never met the woman. By the time I started dating my girlfriend, her grandmother was already bedridden in the hospital. I'd heard stories about her, seen photos. An older woman with kind eyes, sitting in a chair with grandkids piled around her. But I never got the chance to shake her hand or say hello. She died before I could. "This was hers?" I asked, nodding toward the cabinet. "Yeah, it used to be in her dining room." My girlfriend walked closer to it, running her fingers lightly along the frame. Mom couldn't stand the thought of selling it or giving it away. The uneasy feeling grew a little. It wasn't that I thought the cabinet itself was evil. It was more like the air around it felt heavier, like it was carrying something with it. Maybe it was just knowing that it had belonged to someone who was gone now. Maybe it was the way the dark wood and reflective glass seemed to sit like a shadow in the corner of the room. I told myself it was just in my head. Grief has a way of lingering in objects. People tie memories to furniture, to dishes, to things. Maybe that's all I was picking up on. But as we sat on the couch, talking about nothing important, I couldn't stop glancing over at it. Every time my eyes drifted in that direction, a low-level anxiety stirred. It made my stomach feel tight, my thoughts a little jumpy. The more I tried to ignore it, the harder it was to act like I was completely fine. At one point I mentioned it. I don't know why, but that thing makes me feel weird, I said quietly, nodding toward the cabinet. My girlfriend looked over, then back at me. Weird how? Just uneasy, I said, kind of anxious, and sad, I guess. She gave a small, sympathetic half-smile. It's probably nothing, she said. You're just not used to it yet. Plus, I told you it was Nana's. Maybe you're just thinking about that. Yeah, maybe, I said, trying to brush it off with a shrug. I didn't want to sound dramatic over a piece of furniture. After a few more minutes, she stood up. I'm going to run to the bathroom, she said. Be right back. She left the room and disappeared down the short hall. I heard the bathroom door close with a soft click and the faint thump of the fan turning on. The house felt quieter suddenly, like the small noises we'd been making had been keeping something at bay, and now the silence let it creep back in. I was alone in the living room, just me and the tall, dark cabinet in the corner. For a moment I just sat there. Then the pull to get a closer look became too much. Part of me was genuinely curious. I knew it was her grandmother's. It held pieces of her life. Maybe if I looked at the things inside, I'd feel less unsettled and more connected, like I could understand why my girlfriend's mom had wanted it so badly. I stood up and walked over to it. Up close, the cabinet felt even larger. The wood was rich and dark, with tiny scratches and marks that showed it had been used for decades. The glass doors at the front were clean, reflecting the lamplight and a faint version of my own face. Behind the glass, and carefully arranged on the shelves, were teacups and saucers, delicate little dishes with tiny painted flowers on them. There were small figurines, porcelain animals, angels with outstretched wings, a couple of baby dolls in lacy dresses. The mirror at the back of the cabinet doubled everything. Rows of cups seemed to go on further than they actually did. The dolls' faces appeared twice, once looking at me and once reflected back at themselves. My own reflection hovered somewhere amid the clutter, pale and slightly warped by the glass. I opened one of the side doors, more to feel like I was doing something normal than because I needed to. The hinges creaked softly. Inside the wooden compartment were more odds and ends, some folded linens, a small stack of old photos in frames. I didn't touch them. It felt too intimate, like I'd be flipping through someone else's memories without permission. Closing the door gently, I focused again on the glass front and the mirror behind it. The way the room reflected back at me through that layer of glass and objects made everything look slightly off. My face, my shoulders, the shape of the couch behind me floated in the background of the arrangement like a faint ghost. As I moved my head a little, scanning along the line of teacups, something shifted in the reflection. At first I thought it was just me, but then I realized the shape wasn't where I was. I froze, staring at the mirror as hard as I could without blinking. There, behind me in the reflection, was a figure, not clear, not detailed, just a dark silhouette standing in the vague place where the open space of the room should have been. It was roughly the height of a person, upright, solid enough to block light in the reflection. It didn't move. It didn't tilt its head or step closer. It was just suddenly there, where there should have been nothing at all. A cold rush went through my body. Every tiny hair on my arms and neck stood on end. I told myself it might be a trick of the light, maybe a shadow from the hallway or from something outside. The logical part of my brain tried to grab onto any explanation it could, but the rest of me, the instinctive, animal part, reacted like it had just seen a predator. "Hey!" I called out, my voice a little shaky. "Hey, are you okay in there?" I meant it for my girlfriend, but the way the words came out, it sounded like I could have been talking to anyone, to anything. The house answered me, but not from the living room. From down the hallway, behind the closed bathroom door, I heard a scream. It was a sharp, shrill screech that cut through the quiet like a knife. It didn't sound like a playful yell or a startled squeak. It was the sound a person makes when they see something they can't explain and are suddenly deeply afraid. My heart thudded so hard it almost hurt. I spun away from the cabinet, the reflection and the silhouette forgotten for the moment, and ran toward the sound. The hallway felt much longer than usual. My feet pounded on the floor. Shadows from the living room and the single hall light stretched out weirdly along the walls as I passed. I reached the bathroom door and started pounding on it with the flat of my hand. "Hey, are you okay? Open the door!" I shouted. For a second or two, no one answered. And the heavy silence behind the wood made my stomach drop. Then I heard quiet sobbing from inside, and the bathroom lock clicked. The door opened a few inches, then all the way. My girlfriend was sitting on the tile floor, her back against the side of the tub, knees drawn up, tears streaming down her face. Her eyes were huge, skin pale under the harsh bathroom light. "What happened?" I asked, dropping to my knees beside her. "Are you hurt? What's wrong?" She shook her head, trying to catch her breath. I saw someone," she managed to say between sobs. "Someone?" I repeated, my own voice feeling thin and far away. "Where?" She lifted one shaking hand and pointed weakly at the bathroom mirror. "In there," she said. "In the mirror, behind me." Her words hit me like a second wave, stacking on top of what I'd just experienced at the cabinet. In the living room, I'd seen a silhouette in the mirrored back of her grandmother's china cabinet. In the bathroom, at the same time, she had seen someone in the mirror behind her. There was no one else in the house besides us and her mom. I glanced quickly at the mirror above the sink. It reflected only what you'd expect. The bathroom, my own face, the top of my girlfriend's head, the open door behind us. No stranger, no extra figure, just our frightened selves. "Okay," I said quietly, trying to sound calmer than I felt. "Okay, we're leaving." I helped her up from the floor. Her legs were shaky. She grabbed my arm, gripping it hard, like she was afraid if she let go, something might reach for her again. We didn't stop to turn off the bathroom light. We walked fast down the hall, then broke into a run as soon as we hit the living room. We didn't think about shoes. We didn't think about jackets. The front door was all that existed. I remember fumbling with the lock, my hands clumsy from adrenaline, then yanking the door open and rushing us both outside. The air outside was cold enough to sting, but I barely felt it. The porch light glared down on us as we crossed the small front yard in a few strides and reached my car at the curb. I unlocked it with hands that wouldn't stop shaking. We dived in, me behind the wheel, her in the passenger seat, still crying, wiping her face with the heels of her hands. I started the engine and pulled away from the house without looking back. For a long time I just drove. No real destination, no plan. We left her street, then her neighborhood, then the small cluster of familiar roads around her home. Streetlights flicked by above us. The car's heater blew warm air on our bare feet, but I was too wired to worry about the fact that neither of us had shoes or coats. It had all happened too fast for practical things like that. We didn't talk much at first. The silence in the car felt different from the silence in the house. Less heavy, but still full of what had just happened. Every now and then my girlfriend would let out a shaky breath or a small, hiccuping sob. I kept my hands on the wheel and my eyes on the road, replaying the scenes over and over in my head. The silhouette in the cabinet mirror, the scream from the bathroom, the look on her face as she pointed to the mirror over the sink. Eventually, I slowed the car down and pulled into a quiet parking lot near a closed strip of small stores. It was late enough that everything was dark, the windows black, the lot mostly empty. I parked under a streetlight and turned off the engine. The sudden lack of movement made the whole night feel even more real. "Hey," I said softly, turning to look at her. "Are you okay?" She sniffled, wiped her nose with her sleeve, and nodded a little. "I think so," she said, her voice hoarse. That scared me so much." "Tell me exactly what you saw," I said, needing to hear it. She took a deep breath. "I was washing my hands," she said slowly, like she was walking herself back through it. "I looked up at the mirror, just like normal, and for a second I thought I saw you in the doorway behind me, like a shape, a person." I started to smile, like, oh, you came to bother me in the bathroom or something. And then I realized it wasn't you. It wasn't anyone I recognized. And then it was just wrong, like the face didn't look right. I can't even describe it. It just felt wrong. "And then you screamed," I said quietly. "And then I screamed," she agreed, giving a little humorless laugh. "What about you? What happened to you?" I told her about the cabinet, how I'd walked up to it, how the mirror at the back had reflected the room, how I'd seen a dark silhouette in the reflection that didn't match where I was standing, how I'd called out to her and, at that exact moment, heard her scream from the bathroom. We sat there for a while, under the pale pool of the parking lot light, turning those moments over and over. Neither of us had ever had something like that happen before. Not like that. Not so clear, so in your face. After a while, the fear started to cool from white hot to a more manageable, uneasy simmer. My girlfriend's breathing returned to normal. My own heart stopped hammering quite so loudly in my ears. We didn't feel ready to go back, but we knew we couldn't just sit in that parking lot forever. "Do you want to go home?" I asked. She hesitated, then nodded. "Yeah," she said. "We have to, I guess. Mom's there alone." Her mom. A fresh wave of guilt hit me. In our panic, we'd just run. We hadn't stopped to call her mom, to warn her. We'd left her in that house, unaware of what we'd just seen and felt. I started the car again, pulled out of the lot, and drove us back through the quiet streets. This time, heading toward her neighborhood with a knot in my stomach. When we turned onto her street, I could see her house from a distance. The porch light was still on. As we got closer, I saw a figure sitting on the front step. Her mum. She was perched there on the top step, arms folded around herself, staring out at the street with a tense, focused look. As soon as my car's headlights swept across the yard, she looked up. I pulled into the driveway and shut off the engine. We got out and walked up toward her, the gravel and small rocks cold under our bare feet. She stood as we approached, eyes flicking from my girlfriend's pale face to mine. "Where did you go?" she asked, worry sharp in her voice. "You scared me half to death. 1 minute you're here, then you're gone. I tried calling, but you didn't answer." "We're sorry," my girlfriend said, voice still shaky. We had to get out for a bit." Her mom ran a hand through her hair, exhaling. Then she said something that made the hairs on my arms lift again. "I've been seeing shadows," she said, "moving around in there, out of the corner of my eye. I was sitting on the couch and I kept thinking someone was walking past the hallway, but every time I looked, no one was there. I didn't want to be inside anymore, so I came out here." We all stood there for a second in an odd, heavy silence. The three of us, each with our own slice of experience from the same night. A shadow figure in a cabinet mirror, a wrong face in a bathroom mirror, moving shapes in a familiar living room. My girlfriend and I told her mom, in pieces and overlaps, what had happened to us. Her mom listened, her expression going from concerned to unsettled to downright pale. She glanced over her shoulder at the front door once or twice, as if expecting someone to open it from the inside. "Maybe it's your grandmother," I blurted out at one point. "Your mom's mom. I mean, the cabinet, the mirrors, I don't know." I didn't know what I believed in that moment. I just knew we'd all seen or felt something that didn't fit easily into any normal explanation. And the only new thing in that house, the only major change in the last few weeks, had been the arrival of that big, dark china cabinet from a woman who had spent the last months of her life in a hospital bed, never able to come home again. Her mom swallowed hard, then shook her head slightly. "Maybe," she said. "I don't know." "I don't know." We didn't go back into the house right away. We stood on that porch for a long time, huddled closer than usual in the chilly air, talking quietly, watching the still windows. Eventually, we all went back inside together. No one wanted to be the first to cross the threshold alone. We turned on more lights than usual, like we were trying to flood every shadowed corner. The cabinet stood there in the living room, dark and quiet. The bathroom mirror showed only what was in front of it. The hallway was empty. Nothing moved. Nothing appeared. But the feeling that the house wasn't just occupied by the living was stronger than ever. Here's the thing about me. I'm not the type to jump to haunted when something weird happens. If anything, I'm usually the one who wants to go looking for the weird to prove to myself it's not as dramatic as people say. If someone tells me their house is haunted, my first reaction is to say, "Let me come over and see." If a friend claims they saw something in the woods, like a shadowy figure or some creature they half-jokingly call a skinwalker, I'm the one saying, "Let's go back out there with flashlights and check." I don't do it because I want to be reckless. I do it because I have always wanted to see something undeniable for myself, and I never do. Every haunted house I've been to has just felt a little old and drafty. Every supposed spooky encounter has turned out to have a logical explanation. Tree shadows, a raccoon in the trash, a weird noise from old pipes. Part of me has always been relieved by that. Another part has been curious, even disappointed. But that night in my girlfriend's house was different. That night, standing in front of a dead woman's cabinet and seeing a shadowy silhouette appear where there should have been empty space. Then, hearing my girlfriend scream from the bathroom because she'd just seen someone in the mirror behind her. Then coming back to find her mother sitting on the doorstep, because she couldn't stand how many times she'd seen shadows move inside. That was something else. I still don't know what it was. I don't know if it was her grandmother trying to come home in the only way she could, tied to the piece of furniture that had lived with her for so long. I don't know if it was something older in the house, something that liked mirrors and reflections and the in-between spaces where light and dark blur. I don't know if it was all a bizarre coincidence of nerves and grief and suggestion. All I know is that I have gone out of my way for years to put myself in places people say are haunted and never found anything that really stuck with me. But this stuck. Story 6. I was pretty young when this happened, old enough to remember details, but still young enough that spending a Saturday with my dad felt like the best thing in the world. My father is a Vietnam veteran, and he has always been a serious, grounded kind of man. He doesn't jump at shadows, he doesn't exaggerate stories, and he isn't the type to scare easily. Growing up, I knew him as the guy who could fix almost anything, who kept his cool in emergencies, and who didn't talk much about feelings or fears. So, what happened that day at Manassas stuck with me. Well, not only because of what I saw, but because of how deeply it shook him. It was a gray day, sometime in November, up in Virginia. We had driven out to Manassas National Battlefield Park, one of the big Civil War battlefields. We'd gone there a couple of times before. My dad liked history, especially military history. He could tell you the names of generals, the dates of battles, the way soldiers lined up in formations, and how the fights moved across the fields. I didn't know all the details back then, but I liked being with him, listening to his stories, and walking where history happened, as he always put it. That day, the weather fit the place. It was foggy, the kind of mist that hangs low and soft over the ground, blurring the line where the field meets the sky. The clouds were thick and flat and dull, and there was a chilly feel in the air that made you thankful for a jacket, but wasn't cold enough to hurt. Everything felt muted, the colors, the sounds, even the way our voices carried. It felt like the world had turned itself down a couple of notches. We pulled into one of the parking areas near a hill where a few old cannons are set up for display. From the top of that hill you can look out over a stretch of the battlefield. The cannons sit there in a row, dark iron shapes pointing out over the grass like they're still waiting for orders. My dad parked his truck close to the base of the hill, and we climbed up to the tailgate with a bag of McDonald's between us. It was our version of a picnic, greasy burgers, salty fries, and a view of a place where, long ago, men had killed each other in lines. And I remember the smell of the food mixing with the damp air. I remember the way the paper bag crackled when we opened it. We sat on the back of the truck, our feet swinging, unwrapping our burgers and talking about small things. Every now and then, my dad would point with a fry or nod towards some part of the landscape and say, "They came from over that ridge," or "This is about where such and such regiment was." I half listened, half watched the fog drift over the cannons, thinking how strange it was to eat fast food where people had once fought so hard. There were not many other visitors around. No big crowds, no tour buses. If anyone else was there that day, they were far enough away that we couldn't see or hear them. The whole area felt empty except for us, the cannons, and the soft, grey mist. At some point while we were eating, my dad paused and narrowed his eyes, looking toward the hill where the cannons stood. He squinted a little, then nodded toward them and said, "Do you see that?" I followed his gaze. Standing near the cannons, maybe 50 to 100 meters away, was a man. At first it wasn't strange. People walk around these parks all the time, but as my eyes adjusted and I focused on him, the details came into view, and right away something felt off. He was dressed head to toe in what looked like Civil War gear. Not just a casual costume, but a full uniform, a grey coat, matching trousers, a slouch hat on his head. From the distance, I couldn't see his face clearly, but everything about his clothing looked old-fashioned, like he'd stepped out of a history book and onto the grassy hill. He was waving at us. Not a friendly, "Hi there" kind of wave, but something different. His arm moved slowly with a sort of repetitive rhythm, like he was beckoning. It was that "come here" wave people use when they want you closer. His body stayed still. Only his arm moved, back and forth, back and forth. My dad had brought a pair of binoculars with him, the kind he sometimes used for bird watching or looking at far-off details in the terrain. He grabbed them from the truck and lifted them to his eyes. I watched his face as he adjusted the focus. His jaw tightened a little. He handed the binoculars to me. "Take a look," he said. I raised them to my eyes and trained them on the man by the cannons. Through the lenses, the figure came into sharp focus. He was definitely wearing a Confederate uniform. The cut and color of the coat, the hat, or the way he stood, it all matched the pictures I'd seen in my school books and the displays in the visitor center. His clothes didn't look like cheap reenactment gear. They didn't have that fresh from the costume shop look. They appeared worn, like real clothes somebody had marched in, sweated in, lived in. His face was pale against the gray day, but even with the binoculars I couldn't make out clear features. The details seemed fuzzy, like looking at an old photograph that had faded. The strangest part was how still he was. He stood there, upright and rigid, not shifting his weight like normal people do, not glancing around. Only his arm moved, raising and lowering, beckoning us. "Maybe there's a reenactment happening," my dad said. "Sometimes they do that out here. He might need help with something." The idea that this was part of some event made sense. It was a battlefield. Civil War reenactors were a thing. My dad sounded calm, more curious than worried. He set his half-eaten burger down on the tailgate and jumped down to the ground. "I'm going to go see what he wants," he said. "Stay here. Keep an eye out." I nodded, my hands still on the binoculars. He started walking down the hill toward the man. I raised the binoculars again and watched them both. The fog shifted around their legs, swirling lightly as my dad's boots moved through the damp grass. The man by the cannons kept up his slow, steady wave. From my perspective, everything seemed normal at first. My father was approaching the figure in the Confederate uniform. The distance between them shrank as he walked. The cannons stood mute and dark beside the man. Mist drifted across the scene, but not enough to hide anything. As my dad got closer, maybe 10 or 15 feet away, he slowed down. Even from where I sat, I could see something change in his posture. His shoulders, which had been squared and straightforward, dipped slightly. His steps got shorter until he came to a stop. He stood there, facing the man, not saying anything that I could hear. The man in uniform didn't move except for that arm, which strangely had now stilled. They were side by side from my point of view, outlined against the grey sky, a living person and what I still assumed was another living person in costume, though something about the whole image was starting to make the back of my neck prickle. They stayed like that for a few seconds, neither one making any visible motion. Then, without warning, my dad turned around. He didn't just walk back, he ran. He spun on his heel and sprinted up the hill toward the truck, faster than I'd seen him move in a long time. His boots dug into the grass, his arms pumping. There was no casual stride, no slow return. There was urgency in every movement. I yanked the binoculars down and looked with my naked eyes. The man in the Confederate uniform still stood by the cannons, or at least I thought he did. In the rush of concern for my dad, I didn't focus on him as much as I had before. My attention was on the way my father's face looked as he got closer, tight, pale, eyes wide in a way I wasn't used to seeing. He reached the truck, grabbed the binoculars off the tailgate and tossed them into the bag. He started scooping up the rest of our stuff, the McDonald's bag, napkins, whatever else was back there, in quick, clumsy motions. "Get in the truck," he said, voice low but firm. "What's wrong?" I asked, my own heart starting to race. "Get in the truck," he repeated, almost in a growl. It wasn't anger, it was something else, something like fear, which was not a tone I associated with my father. I obeyed without arguing. I climbed into the passenger seat, slammed the door shut, and buckled my seatbelt with fingers that felt suddenly unsteady. My dad threw the last of the trash into the back, slammed the tailgate, and got into the driver's seat. He started the engine, put the truck into gear, and pulled away from the hill with more speed than usual. As we drove off, I twisted in my seat and glanced back toward the cannons. From that angle, the fog had thickened a little. I thought I saw the shape of the man still standing there, but then we turned onto the park road, and the hill slipped out of view. We rode in silence for a few minutes. The truck's heater blew lukewarm air, the windshield wipers squeaked now and then, and the grey scenes of the battlefield rolled past on either side. My dad's hands were gripping the steering wheel so tightly that his knuckles had gone white. Finally, he spoke. "I don't know what that was," he said quietly, more to himself than to me. "But it wasn't right." "What happened?" I asked. "What did you see?" He drew in a deep breath, let it out slowly, and kept his eyes on the road as he spoke. "When I first saw him, I thought he was a reenactor," he said. "A guy dressed up for the tourists, maybe part of some event. I figured maybe he needed help or wanted to tell us something, I don't know. So I went down there." He paused, swallowed. "The closer I got, the stranger I felt," he continued. "It started in my stomach, this feeling, like a knot twisting. Not like I was going to be sick, more like dread, like something in me knew something was wrong before my head caught up." He flexed his fingers on the wheel. "I kept walking anyway," he said. "I told myself I was just being stupid, that it was the fog or the mood or whatever. But as I got closer, he started to fade." "Fade?" I repeated. "Yeah," my dad said. "One step he was solid. The next step he was a little less there. It was like watching someone walk behind a curtain, except there was no curtain. Another step, and I could see right through parts of him. His edges went fuzzy. I could see the cannons through his coat, the air behind him. And that feeling in my gut got worse, goosebumps all up my arms. I thought back to what I'd seen through the binoculars. From my angle, the man had looked solid the whole time. I hadn't noticed him disappearing, not even when my dad was standing what looked like right next to him. In my memory, my dad had reached him, paused, and then run back. Now he was telling me that from his side, the man had started to vanish before he even got close enough to speak. "I was maybe 10 feet away," my father said, his voice lower now, then 5. And by then, there was almost nothing left of him, just a shape in the fog, and then nothing. Like he'd never been there at all. No sound, no movement, just gone. He shivered slightly, even in the warm cab of the truck. I've been scared before, he said. Real scared, in Vietnam. Getting shot at, mortar fire, the whole deal. That's one kind of fear. This was different. This felt unnatural, like my body was telling me I shouldn't be near that thing. I got chills up my spine. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I knew I had to get the hell out of there, so I turned around and ran. Hearing my father, a combat veteran, say that something gave him chills and made him run away hit me hard. He was not a man who admitted fear easily. He'd always been the calm one, the steady one. Now, even just talking about it as we drove away from the park, I could see his hands tremble slightly on the steering wheel. "What did you see?" he asked me after a moment. I told him what my experience had been. How, from the back of the truck, with the binoculars, I had watched him walk all the way to the man in the uniform. How, from my point of view, the man never faded. How, as far as my eyes could tell, my dad had been standing right next to a fully solid figure, then had suddenly turned and bolted. I had never seen any sign that the man had disappeared. We compared our stories. Same man, same grey uniform, same strange wave. But his vision of the end had been different. To him, the figure had slowly dissolved into nothing as he approached, filling him with a gut-deep terror. To me, the figure had stayed motionless and complete until my dad fled, and by the time I looked back from the moving truck, it was either gone in the fog or too far away to see. We didn't have a neat explanation for that difference. We still don't. We drove all the way home without stopping at any scenic overlooks or other historical markers like we usually did. The usual light talk about battles and history didn't come up. My dad stayed mostly quiet. I sat there, feeling a strange mix of fear and fascination. I kept glancing at him, noting the set of his mouth, the way his eyes looked more distant than usual. In the days and months that followed, the story of that man in the Confederate uniform became one of those things that lived just under the surface of our lives. We didn't talk about it constantly, but when it came up, it always brought the same reaction from my father. You know how some people embellish ghost stories with each telling? My dad didn't do that. Every time he described what he saw, he used almost the exact same words. He didn't add new flourishes or dramatic details. He just said the man faded, and that he'd never felt anything like the wave of dread that hit him that day. Even years later, when I was older, and we were retelling the experience to someone else, I'd watch him as he spoke. The same thing happened every time. As he got to the part about the man disappearing, the hairs on his arms would stand up. Goosebumps would rise on his skin. He'd rub his forearms absent-mindedly, like he was cold, even if we were sitting in a warm room. His voice would change, getting a little quieter, a little tighter. "I don't scare easy," he'd say, almost apologetically, like he didn't want to be lumped in with people who jump at every creak. But that was something I can't explain. I have tried over the years to come up with normal explanations. Maybe it really was a reenactor playing some kind of trick, slipping away into the fog as my dad approached. Maybe we were both looking at something else, some play of light and mist that our brains turned into a man in a uniform because of where we were. Maybe the difference in what we saw at the end was just due to angles and timing. But then I remember the setting, a battlefield where thousands of men had fought and died in grey and blue uniforms. A cold, misty November day when the air felt thick with memory. A man in perfect period clothing, waving in a way that felt more like a command than a greeting. A father who had faced real war, staring at something that made his instincts scream danger in a way he couldn't shake. From my perspective, looking across that field with binoculars to my eyes and McDonald's grease still on my fingers, it felt like watching two eras collide for a moment. A modern truck, a modern kid, and a man who might have belonged to a time when the cannons on that hill were actually used. Whether he was a ghost, a trick of the fog, or some echo of history replaying itself, I still don't know. What I do know is that my father believes to this day that he saw something unnatural at Manassas. When he tells the story now, as an older man, his voice still gets that same edge. He still rubs his arms like he's remembering the chill. The memory hasn't faded for him. It hasn't turned into a funny story or a half-forgotten oddity. It sits with him, solid and strange. And for me, remembering the way that grey figure raised its arm and beckoned us, and how different our views of his disappearance were, I can't help but lean toward one simple idea. We might have seen a ghost. Story 7. When I think back to my childhood, it always begins with that old Victorian house. It sat on a quiet street, tall and narrow, with a pointed roof and big windows that seemed to watch the world. The paint was a little faded, and the porch creaked when you walked on it. There was a small front garden with a crooked path that led to the front door. To other people, it might have looked charming, even pretty, in an old-fashioned way. To me, as a small child, it was both home and something a little bit scary. Inside, the house had high ceilings and long, creaky hallways. The walls were covered with old wallpaper, flowers and patterns that had browned slightly with age. The floors were mostly wood, and the boards groaned at the lightest step. At night, the whole place shifted and sighed like it was breathing. It was just me and my mum. I was an only child, and she was a single mother doing her best to raise me. She worked hard during the day, and at night she tried to give us a feeling of normal home life. Dinners together, stories before bed, hugs that made everything feel safe, at least for a little while. I adored her. When she was with me, I felt safe, no matter how big or strange the house seemed. My bedroom was at the end of a hallway upstairs. If you stood in my doorway and looked out, you could see all the way down the hall to the top of the stairs, and then down into the darkness where the lower floor began. There was a small nightlight on the wall near the stairs that gave off a soft orange glow at night. And sometimes the shadows it cast made the hallway look longer than it really was. I must have been about 5 or 6 when it started. At first, it was just a sound. Late at night, when my mum had tucked me into bed and gone to her own room, I would lie there listening to the house settling. In older houses, there is always some kind of noise, pipes clicking, wood groaning, a random tap or squeak in the distance. I knew that. I had always known that. But this was different. I would be half asleep, dreaming and drifting, when I would hear it. Laughter. It wasn't loud. It wasn't a single voice either. It sounded like more than one person, like a group. Not a huge crowd, but a small handful of people laughing softly together in another room. Sometimes it sounded like it was coming from downstairs. Other times, it sounded like it was right outside my bedroom door, in the hallway. The weirdest part was that the laughter didn't sound angry or evil. It sounded almost normal, happy even, like people having a good time at a party, sharing a joke. But it was in the wrong place and at the wrong time. There shouldn't have been anyone laughing in our house at 2 or 3 in the morning. It was just me and my mum. The first few times I heard it, I pulled the blanket up to my chin and told myself it was the television. My mum sometimes stayed up late watching TV after I went to bed. Maybe she had friends over sometimes and didn't want me to know. Or maybe the neighbors were up late and the sound was drifting through the walls. I was a child. My explanations were simple and hopeful. But the laughter kept happening. Some nights it was faint, like it was far away, buried under the sounds of the house and the hum of the street outside. Other nights it was clearer, like the people were just outside my door. There was no pattern I could see. It didn't happen every single night, but it happened often enough that I started to expect it. One morning, after a particularly restless night, I finally mentioned it to my mum over breakfast. "I hear people laughing at night," I said, swinging my legs under the chair. "In the hallway, when I'm in bed." She glanced up from her cup of tea, eyebrows raised. "Laughing?" she asked. "Yeah," I said, "like people are talking and laughing out there, in front of my room." She frowned, then gave me a small, reassuring smile. "It's probably just the TV, love," she said. "Sometimes I leave it on a bit too late. Sound travels in this old house. You're probably just hearing that." I wanted to believe her. She was my mum. If she said it was the TV, then it had to be, right? I nodded and tried to push the worry away, but something about it didn't sit right with me. The next time I heard the laughter, I paid closer attention. I listened to the sound of it, the way the voices rose and fell. I tried to imagine it as the muffled voices from a TV show, but it didn't quite fit. It sounded too real, too close, too three-dimensional, if that makes sense. TV sound usually has a certain distance, a flatness to it. This felt like actual people just beyond my door. Some nights, I sat up in bed and stared at the crack under the door, half expecting to see shadows moving there. I never did. The orange glow from the night light near the stairs spilled a line of light into my room. And beyond that, there was only darkness and the faint outline of the hallway walls. I grew more and more uneasy, but I didn't want to bother my mum constantly. She was tired enough as it was. I tried to ignore it. I tried to cover my head with my blanket. I tried humming to myself to drown it out. None of it worked for long. Then came the night when things changed. I don't remember exactly what time it was, only that it was late. The house was quiet, except for the normal nighttime sounds. I had fallen asleep as usual and was deep in some dream about school or toys or something ordinary. Then, slowly, I drifted up toward waking because of a familiar sound. Laughter. Only this time, it was not in the hallway. At first I thought it was. It was faint for a moment, as if just outside my room. Then it grew louder, clearer, closer. It no longer seemed to be coming from beyond my door. It sounded like it was in my room. The voices were hard to count, but it felt like at least 2 or 3 people. The tone was light, laughing, like something was funny, but it didn't bring any sense of joy with it. Instead, my chest tightened and my heart started to beat faster. I opened my eyes. My room was dark, with only that thin line of orange light from the hallway sneaking in under the door. The shapes of my furniture, my small dresser, my chair with clothes flung over the back, were only faint outlines. The laughter seemed to be coming from all around me, not from one spot. It was as if the air itself was holding the sound. I went to sit up. The moment I tried to push myself up in bed, something stopped me. It felt like hands on my shoulders, not little hands, not my own. The big, firm, adult-sized hands pressed down on both of my shoulders at once, pinning me to the mattress. I could feel the weight of them, the fingers curving over the top of my shoulders, the thumbs digging into my skin near my collarbones. The pressure wasn't gentle, it was strong, like someone who did not want me to move. My breath caught in my throat. I tried to sit up again and couldn't. The invisible hands pushed harder. Pain shot through my shoulders down into my chest. The laughter continued, filling the room, as if the people could see me struggling and found it amusing. I opened my mouth to call for my mum, but at first no sound came out. I felt fully awake, not dreamy or foggy, but my body wouldn't respond the way I wanted it to. This was not like those half-awake dreams where you think you're moving, but you're not. I could feel the sheets under my hands, the fabric of my pajamas against my skin, the sting of tears in my eyes starting to form. Everything felt very real. Finally, my voice broke free. I screamed. I screamed as loudly as my small lungs could manage, a high, panicked sound that tore out of me. I kept on screaming, my eyes squeezed shut now, hoping that if I just yelled long enough, my mum would come, and whatever had its hands on me would let go. Somewhere between one breath and the next, the pressure vanished. The hands lifted from my shoulders as suddenly as if someone had yanked them away. The laughing stopped. 1 second it was there, and the next there was only the echo of my own scream in my ears. A second later, my bedroom door flew open. My mum rushed in, her footsteps quick on the wooden floor. She flicked on the bedside lamp, filling the room with warm, yellow light. All at once, the familiar shape snapped into focus. My toy box, the posters on the wall, the books on the shelf. Everything looked normal. She came straight to me, sitting on the edge of the bed and pulling me into a hug. "Hey, hey, hey, it's okay," she said, voice breathless and scared. "It's okay. You're okay. It was just a bad dream." I clung to her, sobbing. My whole body was shaking. My shoulders ached where the invisible hands had been. Her presence helped, the feel of her arms and the smell of her skin, but the fear didn't vanish as easily as the laughter had. "It wasn't a dream," I choked out between sobs. Someone was holding me down. They were laughing. They were in my room. She rubbed my back in slow circles, the way she always did when I was upset. "Sweetheart, you had a nightmare," she said gently. "It felt real." "I know. Nightmares can feel very real. But there's no one here. It's just us." "But my shoulders hurt," I said, the words bursting out of me. "They were pushing me down. It hurts." My mum pulled back a little to look at me. For a moment, I saw something flicker in her eyes. Uncertainty, maybe, or a worry she didn't want to show me. Then she put on that calm, practical face again, the one she used when she needed to be in control of a situation. "Let me see," she said. She gently turned me a bit and lifted the back of my t-shirt so she could see my shoulders. I couldn't see her face then, but I felt her hands still for a second. The room went very quiet. Even through my tears, I could sense that something was wrong in her reaction. "What is it?" I asked, voice small, as she let my shirt fall back down and forced a smile when I twisted to look up at her, but her face had gone a shade paler. "It's okay," she said, but her voice sounded a little thinner than before. You've got some marks on your shoulders, probably where you were pressing against the bed funny. It's nothing." I didn't fully understand, but the fact that she seemed unsettled only made me more sure that what I'd felt was real. Later, when I was older, she told me that what she had seen were 2 clear, adult-sized handprints on my shoulders. You know the kind of red marks that appear when someone presses their hand firmly against your skin for a while and then lets go. That's what they looked like someone had gripped me hard enough to leave a perfect impression of their fingers and palms. That night, though, she didn't tell me that. She tucked me back into bed, stayed with me until I calmed down, and eventually, with the light on and her nearby, I drifted off again. I don't remember if I had more dreams that night. I just remember waking up in the morning, feeling wrung out and strangely hollow, like something important had happened that I didn't quite know how to think about. Over time, as kids do, I pushed the memory back into a corner of my mind. I still sometimes heard strange sounds in the house, and there were nights when sleep didn't come easily, but nothing exactly like that happened again. The laughter in the hallway faded, or maybe I just stopped noticing it. Life moved on. I grew older. We eventually moved out of that house. As I grew up, I told myself that what had happened might have been a kind of sleep paralysis. I learned that some people wake up unable to move and feel pressure on their chests or limbs, and sometimes they see or hear things that aren't there. That explanation made sense in some ways, and for a while I clung to it. Children's memories are not always perfect after all. They blur and twist over time. Part of me started to believe that maybe I had imagined the whole thing, that the laughter had been a dream, that the hands on my shoulders had been my own mind turning a normal cramp or tension into something more. The idea of it being just a nightmare was comforting in the way simple answers often are. Years passed. I became an adult. That old Victorian house became just one of the many places I had lived in my life. The story of the laughter and the handprints turned into something I rarely thought about, like an old movie I'd watched once a long time ago. Then, not too long ago, I was talking with my mum. We were sitting at her kitchen table, cups of tea in front of us, catching up on news and small talk. The conversation drifted to old houses we'd lived in, the quirks of each place. For some reason, that Victorian house came up. "Do you remember that house?" I asked. "The old one with the long hallway? I used to hear laughter there at night. I had that terrible nightmare once, the one where someone was holding me down." I said it lightly, almost joking, half expecting her to laugh it off and say, "Oh yes, you were such a dramatic child," or something along those lines. I was ready to turn it into just another funny story about my odd childhood fears. Instead, her face changed. The color drained from her cheeks. Her expression shifted from relaxed to tight, her mouth pressing into a thin line. For a moment, she looked like she'd just swallowed something bitter. "I don't want to remember that," she said quietly. The answer shocked me more than if she had told me it had all been in my head. "What do you mean?" I asked. "You remember it then?" She looked down at her hands, turning her mug slowly between them. "Of course I remember," she said after a moment. "You think I could forget? You screaming like that in the middle of the night, those marks on your shoulders." She shuddered slightly. "I've tried not to think about it." Hearing her say it out loud, hearing her confirm, as an adult, that it really happened, that she had seen the handprints with her own eyes, sent a cold shiver down my spine. All the doubts I'd piled on top of that memory suddenly fell away. It wasn't just a child's wild imagination. It wasn't just a dream that had grown bigger in the telling. There had been something there, something that left marks, something my mother, who had always tried to calm and rationalize my fears, didn't even want to talk about. We didn't go into more detail that day. She clearly didn't want to. I respected that. But ever since that conversation, the memory of that old house has come back into sharp focus in my mind. I still don't know exactly what I heard in those late-night laughs down the hallway. I don't know what pressed my shoulders into the mattress that one night while laughter filled my room. I don't know why it left marks clear enough to see in the light. I don't know why it never happened again. Or all I know is that in that old Victorian house, when I was around 5 or 6, something reached out of the dark one night, and held me down while it laughed. And my mother, years later, still turns pale at the thought of it. Maybe there's a simple explanation that we just can't see. Maybe there isn't. Either way, even now, every time I hear random laughter in a quiet hallway, or an old house creaks in just the wrong way at night, a small part of me is that child again, lying in bed, trying to sit up as invisible hands press me into the mattress. Quick check-in. Which moment has hit you the hardest so far? The something lived in the attic discovery, the mirror figure, the battlefield encounter, or the house that got physical? And be honest, if this happened to you, would you investigate or leave without looking back? Drop the story number or a short description in the comments. Story 8. My first semester of college was already a big change. I was just getting used to living away from home, going to classes, making new friends, and trying to figure out what I wanted to do with my life. In the middle of all that, my family got news that pushed everything else into the background. My grandmother was diagnosed with terminal cancer. She and my grandfather lived in a small, familiar house that had always been a second home to me. I'd spent countless holidays there, eaten Sunday dinners at their table, slept on their couch as a kid, while the TV played old movies in the background. It was the kind of place where I knew every creak in the floor and every picture on the walls. When the doctors told us the cancer was terminal, they didn't sugarcoat it. They gave her about 2 months to live. My mother tried to visit as often as she could, but she had work, and my grandfather was already older and not in the best health himself. I was just starting college, but my schedule was still somewhat flexible. We all talked about it, and I decided the best thing I could do was move in with my grandparents to help take care of my grandmother. So that's what I did. While other students were getting used to dorm rooms and late-night study sessions, I packed up my things and moved into my grandparents' house. They had a guest room at the back of the hallway that became my space. It wasn't huge, but it had a bed, a dresser, and a little desk. My grandparents were happy to have me there, though the reason for me being there made the whole situation feel heavy. Those first couple of weeks were strange. On one hand, I was still going to class, taking notes, meeting people. On the other hand, every time I came back to the house, I was walking into a quiet world where time seemed to move slower. The 2 months the doctors had mentioned hung over everything we did. My grandmother weakened quickly at first. She had her good days and her bad days. On the good days, she would sit up in her chair in the living room, talk with us, tell stories, and even laugh a little. On the bad days, she could hardly get out of bed. She needed help walking, eating, getting dressed. I watched her go from the strong woman who had always taken care of everyone else to someone who needed help doing even the smallest things. Taking care of her became part of my daily routine. I helped her to the bathroom. I brought her water and medicine. I sat in her room with her when my grandfather needed a break or when my mom couldn't be there. Sometimes we would talk. Sometimes we would just sit together in silence. Sometimes she would fall asleep mid-conversation, and I'd just stay there, listening to her breathing. The doctors had said 2 months, but 2 months came and went. She had ups and downs, little scares where we thought, this is it, and then somehow she'd rally and have a better day. It was like her body kept finding just enough strength to keep going. The 2-month estimate turned into 3, then 4, then 6. She made it to 9 months before she finally passed away. Those 9 months were hard, but they were also important. I got to be there with her in a way I wouldn't have if I'd stayed in a dorm. I got to help my grandfather, who loved her more than anyone. I got to say goodbye slowly, in pieces, instead of all at once. When she finally died, the house felt different. There's a certain silence that only exists in a place where someone has just died. It's not the same as normal quiet, it's deeper. My grandmother's presence had filled that house my whole life, and suddenly it was gone. No voice calling from the kitchen, no soft footsteps down the hallway, no clink of cups as she made tea. We had the funeral, the family gatherings, the flowers, all the usual things people do after a death. People cried, told stories, hugged a lot. Then, slowly, everyone went back to their lives, except I was still living in that house. My grandfather was alone now, and he needed someone there, so I stayed. I split my time between school and the house, so going to class during the day and coming back to a place that felt both familiar and changed. It didn't take long for strange things to start happening. The first time it happened, I was alone in the house. My grandfather had gone out, maybe to the store or to meet a friend. I don't remember exactly. It was one of those quiet afternoons where the light comes in just right through the windows, and the house feels like it's paused between breaths. I was in the hallway, walking toward the kitchen, when I saw someone ahead of me. It was my grandmother. She was just walking through the hallway, the way she always had. It wasn't like in a horror movie where a ghost suddenly appears with loud music and jump scares. It was almost casual. One moment the hallway was empty, the next moment there she was, moving from one room to another. She didn't look like some transparent, glowing figure. She looked like herself, the way I remembered her before she got really sick. Solid enough to recognize, but at the same time, there was something off. Maybe the lighting, maybe the way she didn't seem to notice me. It only lasted a second. Just as quickly as she appeared, she was gone. One blink, and she wasn't there anymore. I stopped in my tracks. My heart jumped, but I wasn't exactly scared. It was more like being startled. I knew she was gone. I'd watched her body leave that house. Seeing her walking around again was not something my brain was ready for. After that, it happened a few more times. Sometimes I'd catch a glimpse of her out of the corner of my eye at the end of the hallway. Sometimes I'd see the back of someone who looked exactly like her stepping into a room, only to find that room empty when I followed. It was never long, never dramatic, just quick flashes of her moving through the space she'd lived in for so many years. The other main place I would see her was in the computer room. My grandparents had a small room that had been turned into a kind of office. There was a computer desk against one wall, and against the opposite wall was a bed. It was half guest room, half home office. I spent a lot of time in there, especially when I needed to do homework or check emails. I'd sit at the computer facing the screen. Behind me was the bed. More than once while I was there alone, I felt like someone came into the room and sat down on that bed. There's a very specific feeling when someone sits on a bed you're sitting near. The mattress shifts, the springs creak a little, and the air behind you changes. That's exactly what it felt like. The mattress dipped. The sound of fabric moving reached my ears. I didn't see anything, but I could sense someone sitting there, watching me. Every time it happened, I would turn around, half expecting to see my grandfather or my mom. But there was never anyone there. Just the slightly rumpled bedspread and the empty space. In my mind, it felt like my grandmother. The way the room felt wasn't threatening. It was strange, yes, but not cold or dark or mean. It was like when she used to sit somewhere in the same room with me when I was younger, doing her own thing, but still near enough that I didn't feel alone. These experiences didn't scare me exactly. They startled me. They caught me off guard. But they didn't give me that get out of here now feeling that some people describe with hauntings. If anything, there was something sad and gentle about them. Still, it was odd enough that I thought about it a lot, Was it my mind playing tricks on me because I missed her? Was I so used to her being in those spaces that my brain was filling in the gaps? Or was she actually still there in some way, walking her familiar paths, sitting in her familiar spots? I never really got an answer. I just accepted that sometimes in that house I might see her out of the corner of my eye or feel her presence behind me. Over time, it became almost normal. Then there was the dog. This happened in the same house, not long after the experiences with my grandmother. By this point, I had started dating a girl, and every now and then she would stop by the house. She knew my situation. She knew about my grandmother's passing. She also knew the house had a kind of heavy feeling to it sometimes, but she was kind and patient about it all. One day she came over and I was already there doing something. I don't remember if it was homework or chores. At one point I needed to go out to the garage to get something. The garage at my grandparents' place was attached to the house, but you had to pass through the laundry room to get to it. The laundry room was like a little square space with a washer and dryer, some shelves, and a door that led into the garage. She waited for me in the laundry room while I went out into the garage to grab whatever it was I needed. I remember the smell of detergent and the hum of the dryer as I stepped back inside from the garage. We met in the doorway between the laundry room and the house, and we hugged. We stood there like that for a moment, just holding each other. It was quiet, the kind of calm that happens when nobody else is home, and the appliances are the loudest things in the house. Then we both heard it. At first it was faint, from somewhere deeper in the house. The sound of quick, light footsteps on tile. A soft, rapid clicking. Dog nails on a hard floor. If you've ever lived with a dog that has to walk on tile or hardwood, you know that sound. The little taps and clacks as their nails hit the ground when they trot or run. The sound got louder, clearer. It was coming closer, moving fast, like a dog running happily through the house. My girlfriend and I froze in our hug, both turning our heads toward the hall that led from the main part of the house to the laundry room. You could hear the distinct rhythm of 4 paws, the pattern of weight and nails. It wasn't slow. Whoever this dog was, it was running, full of energy, headed straight toward us. We looked at each other for a split second, each of us silently asking the same question. Do you hear that too? The sound sped up, rushing down the hallway. Then, right in front of us, we saw it. A dog rounded the corner. It wasn't some vague shape or a half-seen blur. It looked like an actual dog, solid enough to cast a sense of movement. It ran directly between us, right through the small space between our legs, and headed for the door that led back into the garage. Only the door was closed. The dog hit the closed door without making any sound at all and went straight through it like it wasn't there. One moment it was in front of us, the next it was gone, passing through a solid surface like it was made of air. The only evidence it had been there at all was the fading echo of the sound of its nails on the tile. We stayed frozen for a second, our arms still half wrapped around each other, our eyes wide. I remember looking down at my legs, expecting somehow to see fur stuck to my jeans or to feel a lingering touch where the dog had brushed past. There was nothing. You saw that too, right? I asked, my voice shaky. Yes, she said immediately, not looking away from the door. I heard it. I saw it. A dog just ran through us and into the garage. We both knew there was no living dog in that house. My grandparents had owned dogs in the past, but not for years. There was no food bowl in the kitchen, no dog bed in the corner, no toys lying around. At that time there was no dog living there at all, and yet both of us, at the exact same time, had heard the nails on the tile, had watched a dog-shaped something run past and through a closed door. After a few more seconds of standing there in stunned silence, the instinct to not be in that house anymore kicked in. We grabbed our things and left. We didn't even really talk about where we were going. We just knew we wanted to be anywhere but there for a while. Later, after we'd calmed down a bit, I thought about that dog. My grandparents had owned a dog when I was very small, around 2 years old. I don't remember much about it from my own memory, but I've seen pictures. In the photos, it's a happy-looking dog, part of the family, sitting at their feet or running in the yard. They loved that dog. It had died many years earlier, long before this happened. By the time I was living with them in college, that dog had been gone for a long time. But when I thought about the shape and size of the dog I'd seen, it matched the one from the pictures. I can't say for sure it was the same dog, but if I had to guess, I'd say that's who it was. The thing about both of these experiences, the glimpses of my grandmother and the running of the dog, is that they didn't feel evil. They were strange. They were shocking in the moment, but there was no feeling of something trying to hurt me or my girlfriend or my grandfather. If anything, they felt like echoes. My grandmother walking down the hallway she'd walked down thousands of times. Sitting on a bed in a room where she'd once sat while I worked. A dog running through the house, nails tapping the tile, heading for the garage like it had done countless times when it was alive. I don't know if I believe in ghosts in the way movies show them. I don't know if there are clear rules about what stays behind and what moves on, but I know what I saw. I know what I heard. I know how the hair on my arm stood up that day in the laundry room. I know the way the mattress dipped behind me in the computer room when no one was there. Maybe it was my mind and my grief and my memories mixing everything together. Maybe old houses just hold on to some part of the people and animals who lived in them. Maybe my grandmother and her dog were just not quite ready to leave the place they loved. I don't have a neat answer. All I have are those moments. A woman I loved, gone but not quite gone, walking her hallway. A dog I barely remembered, racing joyfully through the house and into the garage, right through solid wood, as if nothing had changed at all. Story 9. When I was younger, my uncle became very sick with brain cancer. My mom and I spent a lot of time helping take care of him during that period. I wasn't even a teenager yet, but I was old enough to notice how difficult everything was for my mom. She loved her brother and wanted to help him as much as she could, but the illness slowly changed him in ways that were hard for everyone to handle. One of the hardest parts of the situation was the dementia that came along with the cancer. His mind wasn't always clear anymore, and sometimes he would behave in ways that felt completely unlike the person we used to know. Before he got sick, my mom and uncle had always had a really good relationship. They joked with each other, talked often, and seemed very close. I had seen them together many times before the illness, laughing and getting along the way siblings do. But once the cancer progressed and the dementia started affecting him, things changed. There were moments when he could still be calm and friendly, almost like his old self. But other times he would suddenly become angry or say things that were incredibly rude or hurtful. As a kid watching this happen, it was very confusing and uncomfortable. I didn't fully understand what the illness was doing to his mind, so it sometimes felt like I was watching a completely different person. There were times when he would insult my mom over small things. Something as simple as organizing papers the wrong way could set him off. I remember him calling her stupid for not stacking his paperwork correctly. Other times, he would get upset about things that didn't make any sense at all. One thing I remember clearly was when he accused her of stealing his cups. He became convinced that she had taken them, even though they were right there in the house. He would go on about it angrily, even though there was no reason for him to think that. For me as a kid, it was unsettling to watch. Sometimes it felt like half the things he said were real frustrations, while the other half seemed to come completely out of nowhere. It was like his mind was mixing reality with confusion. My mom handled it as best as she could. She tried to stay patient and remind herself that the cancer and the dementia were responsible for those outbursts, not the person her brother used to be. Still, I could see how much it hurt her sometimes. Eventually, after a long and difficult period, my uncle passed away. The house felt different after that. Even though those final months had been stressful, his absence left a strange quiet behind. Life slowly moved forward, the way it always does after someone dies. Time passed, and we tried to return to normal routines. About a year after he died, something happened that my mom and I still talk about, because neither of us can explain it. One evening, we came home and noticed that the answering machine in our house had a few blinking messages waiting. Back then, this was the kind of answering machine that used a small cassette tape inside it to record messages. Whenever someone left a voicemail, the machine would record it onto that little tape. Seeing messages on the machine wasn't unusual. People called all the time back then, instead of texting like they do now, so we didn't think anything of it at first. My mom pressed the button to play them. The first message started playing, and it sounded familiar. It was my uncle's voice. At first, we assumed it must have been an old message that somehow hadn't been erased from the tape. That kind of thing could happen sometimes with those machines. Since the tape reused the same space over and over, old recordings occasionally popped up again if the machine hadn't recorded over them yet. So hearing his voice didn't immediately seem strange. No, but then the second message started playing. This one was different. It was also my uncle's voice, but neither of us had ever heard that recording before. The message sounded like he was apologizing to my mom. I remember one part clearly because it stuck with me. He said something along the lines of, "I shouldn't have said that earlier." The tone of his voice sounded sincere, almost regretful. Hearing that message was incredibly unsettling. The reason it felt so strange was because the words sounded like they had been recorded after one of the times we had left his house during his illness. It sounded like the kind of thing someone would say after realizing they had been rude or unfair earlier in the day. It felt very personal and very specific. But the problem was that my uncle had been dead for about a year at that point. My mom and I both stood there listening to the machine, trying to make sense of it. Neither of us remembered hearing that message before, and neither of us had any idea how it could have ended up on the answering machine so long after he had passed away. The logical explanation would be that the tape somehow replayed an old recording that had been left on there. Those machines were mechanical and not always perfect, so strange glitches were possible. But what made it harder to dismiss was the fact that we had never heard that particular message before. If it had been sitting on the tape all along, we probably would have come across it at some point earlier. Instead, it appeared randomly a year later. After that, I spent some time trying to think of any possible explanation. I wondered if maybe the tape had been partially overwritten and then somehow restored the older recording. I even tried to see if the timing matched any particular dates or events that might explain why it played when it did. But in the end, we never found a clear answer. Maybe it was just an odd malfunction of an old answering machine. Or maybe it was simply one of those strange coincidences that sometimes happen with technology. Still, hearing his voice again after so long, especially saying something that sounded like an apology, left a strong impression on both of us. Even now, when I think back on it, I can still remember the feeling of standing there listening to that message and realizing that neither of us could explain how it had appeared. Story 10. I was around 10 or 11 when this happened, or old enough to stay home alone for a day, but still young enough that the world felt a lot bigger and more confusing than it does now. I'd caught something, just a bad cold or flu, and my parents decided I shouldn't go to school. Both of them worked full time. They tried to get the day off, but it wasn't possible on such short notice. In the end, they made that choice a lot of parents have to make. Leave me at home by myself, just for one day, and trust me to follow the rules. The rules were clear and repeated more than once that morning. Don't answer the door for anyone. Don't tell anyone on the phone that I was alone. Don't go outside. If anything seemed wrong, I was to call one of them at work right away. They also went over the usual stranger danger talk again, the one every kid hears. Don't trust grown-ups you don't know. I don't let anyone in. Don't go anywhere with someone, no matter what they say. They left a little after 8. The house felt different as soon as the door shut behind them. It's strange how a place can feel one way when the whole family is there. Busy, noisy, crowded, and then instantly feel bigger and emptier when you're the only one inside. The quiet seemed to settle over everything. Even the dog, usually excited and noisy in the mornings, curled up in his usual spot like he understood it was going to be a slow day. We lived in an old Victorian sandstone house on a fairly busy main road. It had big rooms with high ceilings, decorative details around the doors, and those tall, narrow windows that old houses are known for. The front room, where the television was, had a large bay window that looked straight out onto the street. Across that street was a row of small shops, newsagents, a bakery, a convenience store, that sort of thing. People were always walking past at all hours, going to work, running errands, waiting at the bus stop. That morning, after my parents left, I settled myself in the front room on the sofa with my blanket, some tissues, and the TV remote. Daytime television isn't usually that good, but when you're a child and you've just been excused from school, even the most boring shows feel like a treat. The big bay window made me feel oddly exposed, though. I hadn't thought much about it before that day, but sitting there on the sofa, I could see people passing by outside, and I knew if I could see them, they could also see me. Most didn't look in. They were focused on where they were going, but every now and then, someone's eyes would flick toward the window, and I'd feel that quick, awkward jolt you get when you accidentally make eye contact with a stranger. After a while, that feeling bothered me enough that I decided to close the curtains a bit. I didn't want to shut them completely. It felt too serious, too much like hiding, but I thought that if I drew them halfway, it would make me feel less like I was sitting on display in a shop window. I got up and walked over to the bay window. The curtains were those heavy, old-fashioned ones that take a bit of effort to pull along the rail. As I reached up and pulled them, narrowing down the view from the room to the street, my eyes scanned the people outside almost automatically. That's when I noticed him. He was a man of about late 40s or early 50s, walking along the pavement in front of our house. He had a beard and wore glasses. His clothes caught my attention right away. He had on a green knitted jumper that looked a bit old and shabby, and something about the whole picture, the age, the beard, the jumper, the way he moved, just struck me as wrong. I know it sounds unfair, but he looked like every stereotype you're warned about when adults talk to kids about dangerous strangers. He wasn't doing anything outwardly strange at that moment. He was simply walking past like everyone else. But something in my gut tightened when I looked at him. There was a feeling that I didn't have a word for back then, something between discomfort and instinctive alarm. He disappeared out of view as I pulled the curtains, and I told myself I was just being silly. And people walk past our house all the time, I thought. He's just another person going wherever he's going. I went back to the sofa, pulled the blanket around me, and tried to get back into the show on the TV. Minutes passed. I got comfortable, relaxed a bit. I started to forget about the man in the green jumper. Then I saw him again. I noticed movement through the gap in the curtains and glanced over without thinking. There he was, walking past our house in the same direction as before. His pace was steady, not hurried, not slow. His clothes were the same, his looks the same. At first I thought maybe I was mistaken, that it was just someone who looked a bit like him. But he had a particular walk, a certain way he carried his shoulders, and I was sure it was the same man. It struck me as odd. The way our street was laid out, if you walked past our house and kept going in that direction, you'd reach a different part of town with more houses, maybe a park, but not really anywhere you'd loop quickly unless you had a reason. It had only been about 10 minutes since I'd first seen him. It felt weird that he seemed to have just gone around the block and come back. I watched him through the narrow gap between the curtains this time. He did not look toward the house. He just walked, eyes forward, until he was out of sight again. My brain tried to make sense of it. Maybe he'd forgotten something at one of the shops and had to go back. Maybe he lived nearby and was just walking for some reason. There are always normal explanations for people walking in circles. I tried to shrug it off, turned back to the TV again, and told myself I was overthinking. Another 10 minutes passed. I remember looking at the clock because I was starting to feel restless. Daytime can stretch out when you're alone and not feeling well. My attention drifted between the television and the sounds of the street outside. Cars passing, someone shutting a car door, a bit of distant conversation. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw him once more. This time, he wasn't just walking past. From the narrow slice of window left uncovered by the curtains, I saw the man in the green jumper come into view, his figure appearing from the left side. He walked along the pavement as before, then slowed as he reached the edge of our driveway. He stopped there. He stood at the edge of the driveway, very still, and looked straight at the house. More specifically, he looked at the window. When someone is just glancing around as they walk, it feels normal. When someone stops and looks directly at your house, at your window, and stays there for 30 seconds or more, it feels like something else entirely. I could see his face better now. The glasses caught a bit of light. His eyes, behind them, seemed to be trying to see past the glass into the room. I ducked down a little behind the back of the sofa, instinctively trying to get out of sight. My heart began to pound. All the "don't talk to strangers" talks suddenly came rushing back into sharp focus in my head. Maybe he'll just keep walking, I told myself. Maybe he's just taking a break or looking at something else. He didn't walk away. After standing at the end of the driveway for that long, he stepped forward and started up it, heading toward our front door. As he passed the bay window, he turned his head and looked in. That's when I really felt the shift from strange to wrong. Our house had big storm doors at the front, heavy old ones that you needed a key to open from the outside. They weren't the kind you could just turn the handle on and walk through. Behind those storm doors was the regular front door. When my parents left in the morning, they'd locked the storm doors as always. I watched him go up to them. He tried the handle anyway. When it didn't move, he seemed to realize they were locked. He paused, then knocked. The sound echoed through the hallway and into the room where I was. It was a sharp, hollow knocking, the kind that always sounds louder when you're alone. He waited a moment, then knocked again, harder this time. Every instinct in me screamed, "Do not answer." I thought of my parents' instructions. I thought of how they had looked at me seriously that morning and told me not to open the door to anyone. I thought about that weird feeling I'd had when I first saw him. I stayed absolutely still and as quiet as I could, crouched low on the floor. He must have seen some movement through the gap in the curtains, or maybe he could tell that someone was home from the closed curtains in the middle of the day. He moved from the door back to the window and started banging on the glass there, calling out something I couldn't quite make out through the thickness of the stone walls and the muffled TV still playing. It sounded like words, but I couldn't tell what they were. His face was close to the window now, his expression intent, his eyes scanning inside. My skin crawled. Every part of me wanted to disappear into the floorboards. Then I saw it, the moment of realization in his face. His gaze turned away from the front of the house and angled toward the side as if he was mentally walking around the building. He stopped banging for a second. His eyes narrowed slightly. It was like I could see him thinking. I realized exactly what he had just realized. There was a back door. We used it all the time as a family. It led from the kitchen out to the back garden. My parents rarely locked it during the day because of our dog. He liked to wander in and out into the yard, and leaving the door unlocked and sometimes even ajar made it easier for him to come and go. My parents had mentioned locking the front as they left that morning, but nothing had been said about the back. I knew with a cold, sinking feeling that the back door was probably unlocked at that very moment. If this man tried it, he would get in. Up until that second, fear had been swirling around in my chest, but hadn't fully taken over. Now it grabbed me completely. It was like the world narrowed down to one thought. He's going to go to the back, and you're alone. As soon as the thought formed, I moved. I didn't care if he saw me through the window anymore. I bolted out of the front room, my socks sliding a bit on the polished wooden floor, and ran down the hallway toward the kitchen. The sound of my own breathing and the pounding of my feet filled my ears. The kitchen was at the back of the house, a bright room with a big window and the back door leading out to the garden. That door had a simple handle and a key lock. As I reached it and grabbed the handle, just as I heard a faint thump from outside, like someone stepping onto the stones in the back garden. My hands were shaking so badly, I almost fumbled the key that was already in the lock. I twisted it hard, feeling the inner mechanism shift. As soon as I turned it fully and pulled the handle down to check, the door gave a tiny jerk, as if someone on the other side had just tried it at that exact moment. The handle moved under my hand. My heart lurched into my throat. I yanked it back up and leaned my whole small weight against the door just in case. A second later, the handle rattled again more forcefully as someone tried it multiple times. Then came the banging. It was louder than the knocking on the front door had been. This was more like hitting, like someone was using the side of their fist or even their shoulder to test how solid the door was. The wood shook slightly with each impact. The glass in the top half of the door rattled in its frame. "Open up!" I thought I heard a muffled shout, though I couldn't be sure of the exact words. It was hard to hear over the blood rushing in my ears. I slid down to the floor, curling into a ball right there against the door, my back pressed to it, my knees pulled up to my chest. I wrapped my arms around my legs and tried to make myself as small as possible. The dog, sensing my panic, whined and hovered near me, confused and anxious. The man kept trying. He shook the handle over and over as if hoping somehow it would magically unlock. He banged on the door again and again. When that didn't work, I heard the sounds of him moving along the back of the house, testing windows one by one. The frames rattled as he tried to prise them open, checking for any weakness. Every time he jostled a window, the sound traveled through the old structure of the house. I could follow his progress mentally as he circled, feeling like a trapped animal inside a cage someone was tapping and shaking. Time distorts when you're that afraid. Those minutes felt like forever. I don't know exactly how long he persisted, but it was long enough for my legs to start going numb in the position I was curled up in, long enough for my throat to ache from holding back sobs, long enough for me to start imagining all the different ways this could end badly. Over and over I heard my parents' voices in my head. Don't answer the door. Don't let anyone in. Don't trust strangers. Call us if something's wrong. I wanted to get to the phone, but the idea of moving away from the door, even for a second, terrified me. It felt like the only thing keeping him from suddenly being inside the house was that thin barrier and my own small body pressed against it. Eventually, after what seemed like half an hour of trying doors and windows, the noises began to fade. The rattling stopped. The banging became less frequent, then ceased altogether. The footsteps, those faint crunches of weight moving on gravel or stone outside, grew more distant. The house, little by little, fell silent again, aside from the low murmur of the television still playing in the front room and the ticking of the kitchen clock. I stayed where I was for a while longer, too afraid to move. I listened to every creak and sigh the house made, ready to jump if anything sounded like him returning. The dog eventually settled down beside me, laying his head on my leg as if to anchor me in place. After enough quiet had passed that I could trust it, I peeled myself off the back door and crept to the window, careful to stay out of full view. I peeked out just enough to look into the garden and the stretch of street I could see from there. He was gone. The garden was empty. No one stood at the fence. The back lane, where the bins were kept, was clear. There was no sign of the man in the green jumper. Only the normal life of the street beyond hinted at itself in the distant noise of traffic. I don't remember if I called my parents right then or waited until they returned home. I do remember the way my hands shook for a long time afterward, the way every small noise made me jump. When my parents came back that evening, I told them everything. Their faces shifted from worry to anger to shock as I described the man, his looping passes, his stopping to stare at the window, his attempt at the front door, and finally his attack on the back. They checked all the doors and windows again, this time making sure every single one was locked. My dad went outside and walked around the house, maybe looking for any sign of forced entry, any mark left on the doors or windows, maybe just needing to see the places where it had all happened with his own eyes. We talked about calling the police. I don't remember now if an official report was made or not, but I know my parents took it seriously. They were furious at what could have happened. They were also shaken by how close it had come. In the days and weeks that followed, the house no longer felt quite like the same place to me. Before that day, being home sick alone had been a boring, slightly lonely thing, but not something that felt dangerous. After that day, I understood in a much sharper way that not everyone who walks past your window has good intentions, and that the locks on your doors are not just old bits of metal and wood. They are the thin line between safety and whatever someone with bad plans might do. I've thought about that day many times since. I think about how random it seemed at first. A man in a green jumper walking along a main road on a weekday morning. I think about how easily I could have brushed off his first 2 walks past as nothing. I think about the moment when he stopped at the end of the driveway and stared, and how my body reacted before my mind fully understood. I think about that exact second when I realized the back door was unlocked, and how if that thought had come to me even a few seconds later, things might have gone very differently. I dread to imagine what might have happened if I hadn't remembered the back door. If I had stayed curled up in the front room, hoping he'd just go away, and he'd walked around, found the back entrance open, and simply stepped inside. There would have been nothing between him and me but a few steps, and maybe my half-grown dog. It is not a stretch to say that if he had got in, the ending to this story might have been much worse. People talk about listening to your gut, about instincts we sometimes ignore. That day, mine screamed loudly enough that I reacted without having to think through every step logically. I ran, I locked, I hid, I waited. Years later, I still remember the feel of that key turning in the lock an instant before the handle jerked from the other side. I still remember the sound of his hands, or maybe his shoulder, hitting the door, trying to force it. I still remember how small I felt, huddled at the bottom of that old Victorian kitchen door while some stranger tried to get into my house. And I still remember the enormous, dizzy relief of realizing, at the end of it all, that I had done the one thing that mattered most. I had kept him out. Story 11. When I think back on that deployment to Kosovo, most of what I remember is routine. Long, quiet nights, moving fast through rough ground, trying to stay invisible. Our job was mostly reconnaissance and presence patrols. We weren't the ones kicking in doors every night. We were the ones out in the dark, watching, listening, and making sure that trouble didn't move from one place to another without someone knowing about it. Working at night changes the way the world feels. Your world shrinks to the few meters around you. You listen harder than you ever have in your life. Every sound is either something normal that your brain is trying to label branch, rock, wind, or something that might mean danger. Your eyes start to play tricks on you too, especially when you're tired. Shadows move when they shouldn't. A stump looks like a crouched person. A bush looks like it has eyes. My team always seemed to catch odd little moments like that at night. Weird sounds, strange shapes. Usually we laughed them off later, blamed them on being exhausted or jumpy. But there was one mission, one specific night, that still doesn't sit right with me even now. We had a recon tasking that sounded simple on paper. We were going to be dropped off in a remote area and move through a known route to see if anyone was moving mortar rounds and mines through that sector. It was mostly about looking for signs, tracks, fresh tire marks, hidden caches, unusual movement. Our extraction would be before daybreak, and between drop-off and pick-up, we needed to cover just over 17 kilometers on foot. In that terrain, under those conditions, that distance wasn't bad at all. The land there was uneven and hilly, but not so overgrown that we had to fight through thick vegetation. We had good intelligence on the area, recent maps, recent reports, and that night the moon was bright, either full or close to it. Moonlight can be your best friend on a night mission, as long as you're smart about shadow and silhouette. Barring unexpected contact with locals or bad guys, we felt like this was going to be an easy run. Normally our team was only 4 men. That night, though, we had taken the chance to bring 3 newer guys along. They were fresh, still getting used to working at night and moving quietly. This wasn't a walk in the park by any means, but it was familiar territory for us, and we wanted them to get the experience while we had decent conditions. With extra people, though, we were careful about how we set ourselves up. You don't want a long, sloppy column of half-trained guys making noise in the dark. So we placed the new guys in the middle of the formation where they could be watched and guided. The more experienced guys took point, navigation, and rear security. I took rear security that night. L took the spot just ahead of me. We worked well together. We knew each other's pace and habits, could communicate without saying much. With the two of us at the back, we could manage our team's entire rear arc if anything decided to follow us. We moved through the mission area without any problems for the first 10 kilometers or so. It was quiet. We saw no sign of weapons being moved, no fresh tracks where there shouldn't have been any, no odd activity. Our pace was good. We were making better time than the mission plan had expected. By that point, we needed to start angling toward our extraction point. One, it was on the far side of a decent-sized hill, then through an area that lay not too far from a village. The pickup zone was positioned so that we wouldn't be right on top of anyone's home, but we'd still be close enough that we had to be careful about light and noise. We stopped briefly to regroup before changing direction. In that pause, we did the usual checks: head count, ammo, water, any injuries, any equipment problems. Everyone was good. We shifted our heading and moved out again. Being rear security, I was always the last to move after a halt. Everyone else would get up and start forward, and I'd wait a few extra seconds to scan behind us and to the sides one more time before I fell in. Just as I was about to take off after the rest, I heard it. A noise off to my right, maybe 50 meters into the trees. It wasn't loud, but it was distinct enough over the background sounds that my head turned automatically. A branch shifting, something moving through the brush. Not wind, not us. I glanced forward and saw that L had also paused. His head turned in the same direction. He'd heard it too. The others kept going. The newer guys, in the middle of the file, were focused on the back of the man in front of them. They weren't in the habit yet of checking back every 20 meters to make sure their security was where it was supposed to be. In a few seconds they were out of sight, and it was just L and me at the rear with that stretch of forest behind us. Could it have been a deer? Very likely. A stray dog? Also likely. But out there, you don't ignore odd sounds, not when they seem to be pacing you. We decided to catch up, but to do it the right way. We used a simple two-man bounding technique where one guy moves while the other covers, then you switch. L moved first while I knelt and watched our back. Then I caught up to him while he took a knee and watched. It's a way to move fast without completely losing security. As we moved, I kept hearing that noise. Not constantly, but every time we stopped for a second, there it was again. Leaves brushing, weight on branches, something or someone out there. At the next bound, when I reached L, I told him, "You go, catch up to the team. I'll hold here and cover." He nodded and took off toward the others. I found myself a spot with decent cover, a tree trunk and some brush that would break up my outline, and settled in, watching my front and sides, listening as hard as I could. Control your breathing, quiet your gear, let the night sounds come to you. I heard the noise again, closer now. Then, about 15 meters in front of me, I saw a patch of trees move, as if something had just pushed through them. Then everything went still. 2 minutes is a very long time to sit motionless and silent in the dark, your body tensed in case something lunges out in front of you. I counted my breaths. I listened for footfalls, for branches snapping, for anything that would tell me what was there. Nothing. At the same time, I knew that Elle and the rest of the team had realized they'd left us behind and were doubling back slowly. They knew something had gotten our attention. They moved in a cautious, spreading pattern, coming around the sides of the area I had signaled toward. When they were in position, I moved up toward where I had seen the trees shudder, and there was nothing, no figure, no eyes reflecting in the moonlight, no disturbed ground that looked out of place from the rest, no fresh tracks, at least nothing obvious in that dry soil and leaf cover. Whatever had moved those branches wasn't there anymore, and hadn't left much sign behind. Cue the joking. The guys laughed in that relieved, slightly high-strung way soldiers do when danger doesn't show itself. You two just wanted some alone time. Scared of the dark now? Elle and I took it in good humor. You have to. Nobody wants to be the guy who jumps at every rustle. We chalked it up to an animal and moved out again. Once more I took rear security. Elle was in front of me, then the rest of the file stretched out ahead. This time, when I stepped away from the spot of our mini ambush and fell in at the back, I didn't hear anything right away. No branch snaps, no brushing sounds, just our own footfalls and the faint whispers of gear and clothing. We put another 2 kilometers behind us without incident. Then we approached an orchard. In the moonlight, the orchard was beautiful in a way. The trees were set in fairly even rows, spaced apart enough to move through without having to squeeze. Their branches were full, but not so thick that they blocked the sky. The bright, almost silver light from the moon poured down between them, casting long, crisp shadows on the ground. We needed to move through the orchard to stay on our route, but we also didn't want to silhouette ourselves too much. We decided to stay near the middle, using the trunks as cover, weaving our way in that pattern that becomes second nature after a while. Just before I entered the line of trees, I heard it again. The same kind of noise as before, movement in the brush, but this time there was something else behind it. A sound you don't expect to hear out there in the dark. A child's giggle, not a scream, not a cry. A giggle, light, high-pitched, a little girl's laugh. I froze for a fraction of a second. If I had just heard the rustling, I would have assumed wildlife again. My imagination doesn't usually go to small child out in a field at 3 a.m. But what I thought I heard was not anything like the grunt of an animal, the bark of a fox or a bird. It sounded human. It sounded like a little girl finding something funny. Ahead of me, Elle had already moved into the orchard. He was about 20 meters in and had turned to glance back, waiting for me to take my spot so he could bound again. I moved quickly to my next tree, not wanting to hold up the file. He saw me get into position, then turned and moved again, deeper between the rows. I was alone for a moment, crouched next to one of the orchard trees. The moonlight filtered down through the leaves, making patterns on the bark. I steadied my rifle, scanning my sector, trying to keep my mind on practical things. Lines of sight, likely avenues of approach, where someone might hide between the trunks. As I sat there, the tree I was next to drew my attention in a way that had nothing to do with tactics. You know how, if you stare at the patterns in wood long enough, your brain starts to see shapes. Knots become eyes. Cracks become mouths. Faces emerge where there are none. At first, or that's what I assumed was happening, in the rough, gnarled knots of the bark in front of me, I thought I could see the suggestion of a face. I narrowed my eyes, squinting a little, trying to dismiss it. This is just your mind messing with you. You're tired. Stop staring at it. But the longer I looked, the clearer it became. The pattern sharpened. The not quite there suggestion of a face turned into something unmistakable. Round cheeks, a small nose, eyes that seemed to meet mine, the face of a little girl. Then, as I watched, the rest of her appeared as if she were leaning out from inside the tree itself, a little girl's face and shoulders emerging from the wood, as though the trunk were a doorway she was peeking through. She turned her head and looked right at me. She wasn't pale and ghostly in the way horror movies so often show. She had color in her cheeks. Her hair framed her face. She looked as real as any child I've ever seen, except that she was coming out of a tree in the middle of a silent orchard in Kosovo, in the middle of the night. She smiled, a small, friendly smile. She lifted one tiny hand and waved at me, the way a child might wave at a stranger who doesn't seem threatening. Then she giggled, that same light, high-pitched sound I had heard just before, and in the blink of an eye she was gone. 1 second she was there, smiling and waving from inside the texture of the bark. The next second there was nothing but rough wood and moon shadows. For a moment I literally could not move. My brain tried to catch up with my eyes. I went through every possible explanation I could conjure in the space of a few seconds. You imagined it. You're sleep-deprived. You're reading shapes into shadows. Maybe it was some weird trick of the light. Maybe it was a reflection. But no matter how much I tried to force those explanations into place, the memory of what I had just seen didn't shrink or fade. It was sharp, clear, and wrong. There was no way I was going back to my team and saying, "Hey guys, I just saw a little girl in a tree laughing at me." Adding fuel to the teasing fire from earlier was bad enough. Adding ghost child to the reasons would have gotten me roasted non-stop. Worse, I wasn't sure what I had seen, and I didn't want to start doubting my own sanity out loud. So I did the only thing that made sense in that moment. I got up, heart hammering, and I moved. I jogged forward, following L's path, catching up to him as fast as I could while still trying not to make noise. When I reached him, I fell back into place in the file and kept my mouth shut. I told myself I'd lost my mind for a minute back there, and that the best thing I could do was not give that moment any more power by talking about it. We made it to the extraction point without any further incidents. The pickup went smoothly. We got in, we rode out, we went back to base. I pushed what I'd seen to the back of my mind and tried to lock it in a box. 2 weeks went by. We had other missions in the meantime. Some were simple, some were stressful. That little girl in the tree stayed in the back of my head, but I refused to take it out and really look at it. I figured if I treated it like a hallucination or a trick of my tired brain, it would fade like a weird dream. Then I got assigned to a different task. One day, and I was told I'd be providing security for a team of combat engineers. They were going into an area I knew fairly well to search for a recently laid minefield. It was a route that local kids walked every day, which made the job all the more urgent. The rest of my regular team was scheduled to go back through the zone where we'd had that odd night, the same general area where we'd heard the noises, and then later where I had seen the girl. When I heard that assignment, I felt relieved. I didn't have to go back there. They were laughing as they talked about it. Someone joked, "You and Elle can have your little romantic scare spot to yourselves next time." I smiled and took the ribbing, but inside I was grateful. I wasn't ready to walk back into that orchard, so I went out with the engineers. We spent the day moving carefully through a field, looking for any sign of disturbed ground, unusual markings, or partially exposed devices. When they found something, they marked it, cleared the area, and then did what they needed to do to neutralize it. They also went to the nearby village, let people know what they'd found, and tried to make sure that nobody else walked into that space until the mines were dealt with. Watching them work gave me a new respect for their job, the patience it required, the steady nerves, the knowledge that a mistake by you or someone before you could mean a life, ended in an instant. I was glad to be helping in any way I could. By the time we got back to base, the sun was low. I was called in to speak briefly with my commander. He thanked me for my work with the engineers. I left his office feeling tired but good. I headed to my barracks room, a place I didn't often get to spend more than a few hours at a time. I pushed open the door. The room was empty. None of my teammates were back yet. I sat down on my bunk, started unlacing my boots, thinking I might finally get a few hours of decent sleep. I had just pulled one boot off when the door banged open and the others came in, laughing. Their mood was high, voices overlapping. It was the sound of a mission that had gone fine, and a group of men happy to be off their feet. El came in with them, but he wasn't laughing. His face was tight, his jaw clenched. When one of the other guys made a joke at his expense, he snapped back, telling them to knock it off and screw yourselves in that half-serious, half-not way you use with friends when you're really not in the mood. One of the others spotted me sitting on my bunk and grinned. "Hey man," he called. "El says he isn't going on patrol with us anymore in your favorite spot." The room erupted in more laughter. El rolled his eyes, muttered something under his breath, and started messing with his gear, clearly annoyed. I just sat there, grimacing a little, waiting for the noise to die down. My mind was spinning. The favorite spot was exactly the area where I'd seen the girl. El was acting like someone who'd been seriously rattled, and I had never said a word to any of them about the girl in the tree. I let it go in that moment. I didn't ask. He didn't offer. A couple of days later, El and I found ourselves on another mission, this time playing babysitter to some scouts. We had time and space to talk, away from the rest of the guys. The mood was quieter. The jokes and bravado were left back in the barracks. We were sitting in a small lull between tasks when El looked over at me with a serious expression and said, "What did you see that night?" For a second, I considered pretending I didn't know what he was talking about. But the way he asked the question, low, direct, no trace of teasing, told me exactly which night he meant. I shrugged, keeping my eyes on the ground. "I don't know," I said. "Just my imagination getting the better of me, I guess." He shook his head. "No," he said quietly. "I know you saw her. I saw her too. Tell me I'm not crazy." The words hit me like a physical shock. I felt my stomach drop, my skin prickle. All the air seemed to leave my lungs for a second. I looked at him. His face was pale, his eyes searching mine, hoping I would confirm what he felt but didn't want to believe. "You're not crazy," I said, my voice coming out more flat than I intended. I hesitated, then asked, "Where did you see her?" He swallowed. "Inside a tree," he said. I felt numb. Up to that point, I had told myself that what I'd seen was a mix of fatigue, stress, and a brain too eager to find patterns in the dark. I had never described the girl to anyone. I had never mentioned that she'd been in a tree, that she'd smiled and waved, that she'd giggled. I hadn't given El or anyone any detail about that moment. When I saw her, El had been about 40 meters away, moving between rows in the orchard. He couldn't have seen me stop and stare at the bark. He couldn't have known where my eyes were fixed or what my mind was doing. And yet, 2 weeks later, after a separate mission in that same area, he came back shaken and independently described seeing the exact same thing in the exact same way. There are a lot of things you can chalk up to nerves. There are a lot of weird moments in the field that you can explain away with, "We were tired," or "We were on edge." But sometimes something happens that cuts through all the easy explanations and leaves you with nothing but questions. A little girl, smiling and giggling from inside the trunk of a tree in a moonlit orchard in Kosovo, seen by two different men at two different times, each afraid to admit it to the other until they realized they weren't alone. I still don't know what we saw that night. All I know is that, whatever it was, neither of us has forgotten her. Story 12. I was out working my cable route in the inner city. Just another ordinary day. And I'd been driving from house to house, crawling into basements, running lines along walls, doing the same routine I did almost every day. The city was its usual mess of traffic and noise, sirens in the distance, people yelling across streets, honking, that low, constant hum of engines and air conditioners and life happening all crammed together. Somewhere between jobs, as I was pulling away from one house and heading toward the next address on my list, I got that sudden warning in my stomach. Not the polite kind that says, "Hey, sometime in the next hour, you should think about finding a restroom." This was the emergency broadcast version. My body basically said, "We have a situation. Handle it now." Every step on the gas pedal seemed to jostle my insides more than it should have. I tried to ignore it for a minute. I'm telling myself it would pass, but anyone who has been in that position knows when it's not going to pass. This wasn't a false alarm. This was the real thing. Normally, if I needed a bathroom while working, I'd head to a place like Quick Trip. They're usually clean, open, and the staff don't mind if you walk in, do your business, and leave. I checked the mental map in my head for the nearest one and realized it was about 5 miles away. 5 miles in city driving might as well be a different country sometimes, with traffic lights, other cars, pedestrians, and who knows what else. It would feel like an eternity. My stomach gave another hard twist, and I knew I didn't have eternity. I barely had minutes, so I made a choice. I gambled and aimed for the nearest gas station instead. The area I was in wasn't the worst part of the city, but it wasn't exactly the nicest either. The buildings were older, a mix of run-down houses, small shops with bars on the windows, and the occasional chain store trying to pretend everything around it wasn't crumbling. The gas station I pulled into had that tired look places get when they've been there too long with not enough care. Faded signs, cracked concrete, dirty windows, and a couple of pumps that looked older than me. Still, it was close, and they probably had a bathroom. Right then, that was all that mattered. I parked the work van, jumped out a little too fast for someone who wanted to look calm, and walked inside. The smell hit me first. Stale coffee, spilled soda, hot dog roller grease, and that faint chemical cleaner scent that never quite covers what it's meant to cover. A TV, somewhere in the back, mumbled something about the weather. I made a beeline toward the back of the store, where the bathrooms usually are, and saw, to my dismay, that there was a small line. No row of restrooms, no men's and women's side, just one door with a little restroom sign above it, and 3 people standing on the worn-out linoleum in front of it. A woman leaning on her cart, a guy in front of her, and then me, bringing up the rear. The door was closed, and I could hear someone moving around inside. The guy and the chick in front of me were doing that small talk thing people do when forced to stand near strangers. Comments about the weather, about the line, about how there's never more than one bathroom in places like this. I tried to respond politely when they looked my way, throwing in a laugh here and there. But my mind was not in the conversation. Mentally, I was a wreck. I was in full-on hold everything shut mode. My body felt tense from the inside out. I was shifting my weight from foot to foot, clenching everything that could be clenched, doing every little mind trick I could think of to distract myself from the pressure building in my gut. 5 minutes passed. It felt like 50. The person in the restroom seemed to be taking forever. Every small sound from behind that door, a flush, running water, a rustle, gave me hope that the ordeal was almost over. Then nothing would happen for a while, and those hopes would fade again. I kept watching the guy in front of me. He looked to be maybe in his 30s. Clean clothes, neat hair, no obvious signs that anything was wrong with him. He'd seemed calm at first, joking around, checking his phone, just another person stuck waiting for a turn. Then, all of a sudden, he changed. It was like someone flipped a switch in him. One moment he was standing there, just slightly impatient like the rest of us. The next, he went from zero to full-on panic. He lunged at the bathroom door and started yanking on the handle, hard. It was locked from the inside, of course, so it didn't budge, but he kept pulling, his arm muscles straining. He started making these awful, guttural sounds, not quite words, not normal yelling. It was like a cross between a scream and a growl, something deep and torn from his throat. It didn't sound human. His face contorted, eyes wide and wild, his mouth twisted open as he let out this noise. The woman beside me gasped and stepped back. The older woman inside the bathroom shouted in surprise and fear. I could hear her voice through the door, high and frightened, telling him to stop, saying she'd be out in a second. For a few seconds, I just stared. My mind couldn't quite catch up. My first thought was that he'd just snapped from impatience, like he really had to go and lost his composure. But the way he was acting went past normal panic. It felt like something else had taken over. I stepped forward, ready to say something like, "Hey man, calm down. It's a bathroom, not a bank vault." But before I got the words out, his whole body jerked. It was like he'd been hit with a jolt of electricity. Every muscle in him seemed to seize up at once. His back arched slightly, his arms flew a little to the sides, and then he fell. Instinct kicked in, and I lunged forward, just managing to catch him enough that he didn't slam his head into the floor. His weight crashed into me with a surprising force, and together we went down, me trying to cushion his fall as much as I could. He hit the floor on his side. His body then started to move in a way that is burned into my memory. His limbs were jerking, stiffening and relaxing in fast, uncontrolled bursts. His jaw clenched, and foam started to appear at the corners of his mouth. His eyes rolled in a way that wasn't right. Then I noticed something that made my blood run cold. His eyes were watering, not just tears, but something darker. It looked like there was blood mixed in, red streaks running down from the corners of his eyes like he was crying blood. I had just been having a normal, light conversation with this man 5 minutes before. Now he was on the ground at my feet, body convulsing, eyes leaking what looked like blood, foam bubbling from his lips. The transformation was terrifying. Time slowed down in that way it does when something really serious happens. My senses sharpened. The dull hum of the store disappeared under the pounding of my heart. I could hear the sharp breaths of the woman beside me, the muffled cries of the older woman still in the bathroom, the shifting of people's feet as they scrambled away or moved closer. Luckily for all of us, that older woman in the bathroom turned out to be a retired nurse. She came out as soon as she could, saw what was happening, and went straight into professional mode. Her face shifted from fear to focus, with a familiarity that told me she had seen things like this before. "Get him on his side," she said, her voice firm. I did my best to follow her directions, gently rolling him so he wouldn't choke on the foam or anything in his mouth. She told someone to call an ambulance. She told everyone else to give us some space, but stay close in case she needed help. She checked his head, made sure there was nothing around him he could hit as his body continued to jerk. He kept seizing, his muscles twitching and clenching. The sounds he made were awful, a mix of choking and gasping and something animal. The nurse kept talking to him and to us, telling him it would be okay, telling us what to watch for. She made sure we didn't try to hold his body down too tightly or put anything in his mouth. Common mistakes people make in movies. She knew what to do. The other woman, the one who had been waiting with us in line, hovered nearby, eyes wide, her hands shaking. The store clerk peeked around the corner of the aisle, clearly freaked out, but also trying to stay out of the way. Minutes felt like hours, but in reality, it wasn't that long before we heard sirens approaching. The paramedics arrived, moving quickly but not chaotically, asking questions, assessing the man's condition, taking over from the nurse. They slid a support under his head, checked his vitals, worked together in that quiet, practiced way that people do when they deal with emergencies every day. Slowly, the seizure began to ease. His limbs stopped jerking so violently, his body relaxed some, his breathing, which had been ragged, started to even out. The foam around his mouth lessened. His eyes, which had rolled and fluttered, settled closed. As they prepared to move him, a woman rushed into the gas station. She looked panicked, worried, eyes scanning the room until they landed on him. She pushed forward, telling the paramedics she was his wife. They spoke with her briefly, asking about his medical history, medications, anything relevant. Later, when things had calmed down a bit, I would overhear fragments of the conversation and learn more about what had happened. He was an alcoholic, not the stumbling around drunk every minute of the day kind you see in movies, but the kind who hid it well. He had epilepsy too. The two problems were tangled together in ways his doctors and his wife were constantly trying to manage. Drinking made his seizures worse, but he still drank. Apparently, he had been waiting in that bathroom line not just because he needed to use it, but because he wanted the privacy to sneak a swig from a flask he kept in his coat pocket. His wife knew about it. She'd been trying to get him to stop for a long time. He had seemed like a normal, put-together guy when I first saw him in line. Well-dressed, well-groomed, confident, the kind of man you'd nod to on the street without a second thought. If someone had asked me to point out who in that gas station had a serious drinking problem and epilepsy, I never would have picked him. Life hides a lot behind appearances. Eventually, the paramedics got him onto a stretcher and wheeled him out, his wife following close behind. The retired nurse went back into the bathroom for a moment, washed her hands, and then came out again, suddenly looking her age as the adrenaline faded. The gas station quieted. People drifted back to what they had been doing, but in that strange, subdued way that happens after a shock. The woman who had been waiting with me before turned to me. Her face was pale. "It's your turn," I said to her gently, nodding toward the bathroom. "You were ahead of me." She shook her head hard. "No," she said. I don't think I can go in there now." I couldn't blame her. The whole experience had been intense, and seizures are one of those things that scare a lot of people. They scared me too, more than I had ever expected before that day. But my body reminded me sharply that my original problem had not gone away. All the fear, all the shock, all the concern for this man, and under it all, my urgent need to use the bathroom was still very, very real. My stomach gave another insistent cramp, and I knew I had a choice. Either go now or take my chances trying to find another place and risk losing the battle on the way. So I did what probably only someone who has been in my specific position could appreciate. I went into that little, dirty gas station bathroom and finally let my body do what it had been begging me to do for what felt like forever. It was not a nice bathroom. It was, in fact, probably one of the grossest I had seen in a while. The floor was stained. The toilet seat had seen better days. The mirror was streaked. The smell was a mix of bleach and things bleach had tried and failed to fully defeat. But in that moment, it felt like a sanctuary. I sat there longer than usual, both because I needed to and because I couldn't help thinking about what had just happened outside the door. A man I barely knew, someone I'd only shared a few minutes of small talk with, had crumpled in front of me. His body had betrayed him in one of the most violent ways a body can. A stranger had stepped in and calmly taken charge. Everyone in that little line had gotten a sudden, harsh look into someone else's private reality. I remember thinking how bizarre it was that our lives had all intersected in that tiny, smelly room in a gas station, all because I had eaten something that disagreed with me and decided not to drive an extra 5 miles to a nicer bathroom. It didn't feel like a ghost story. It wasn't about anything paranormal, but it was still one of the scariest things I'd seen. Something about the suddenness of it, the way someone can go from cool and normal to on the floor, seizing, bleeding from the eyes. In a heartbeat, it rattled me. Seizures scare me in a way that's hard to put into words. There's this loss of control, this reminder that underneath all the routines and jokes and surface-level stuff, we're all carrying around fragile, complicated bodies and even more complicated lives. You never really know what battles the person next to you in line is fighting, what conditions they're managing, what secrets they're hiding. You just see the neat shirt, the shaved face, the easy smile. When the whole thing was over, when I washed my hands and stepped back out into the gas station, the day picked up again. People were buying cigarettes, lotto tickets, coffee. Cars were pumping gas. Life moved on. I went back to my cable route, fixed someone's internet, adjusted someone else's TV, drove through the same noisy streets. On the surface, it became just another weird story from work. Something to tell later, half laughing, half serious. Remember that time we were in the gas station and that guy had a seizure right in front of me? But underneath, it stuck with me. The way he'd looked, the way his wife's voice broke when she talked about his drinking, the way the retired nurse moved without hesitation, slipping into a role she hadn't had to play in years, probably. And yeah, the ridiculous, embarrassing truth that the only reason I was standing there at that exact moment, able to catch him when he fell, was because I really, really had to take a shit. Sometimes you end up in the right place at the wrong time because of something as stupid and human as that. Story 13. I still remember that morning in a way that feels sharper and clearer than it has any right to be. It was about 4 years ago. Just an ordinary day off, nothing special planned. The kind of day where you expect to sleep in a little, get up slow, and waste time on the internet. There was no reason at all for it to stand out in my memory, but I remember that day like it stamped itself into my brain. The first thing I remember is the red glow of my bedroom alarm clock. I woke up later than usual, rolled over, and squinted at the numbers through half-closed eyes. The clock sat on my nightstand, where it always does, close enough that I never have to reach far for it. The room was that soft, late-morning grey, not bright yet, but not dark either. I wasn't hungover or anything. I wasn't sick. I was just groggy from sleeping in. The display read 10:21. I remember that exact number, 10:21. I blinked a couple of times to try to bring it into focus, let my brain catch up with my vision. 10:21 felt late enough that I knew I'd slept longer than usual, but not so late that I felt guilty. It was my day off. I had nothing pushing me to hurry. I lay there for a minute, enjoying the warmth of the bed and that lazy feeling you only get when you know you don't have to rush anywhere. After a bit, I swung my legs over the side of the bed, stood up, and padded off to the bathroom. The house was quiet. No one else lived with me. No pets to feed, no kids to get ready. Just me and the soft ticking and humming of appliances you only notice when everything else is still. I went into the bathroom and did the usual things people do first thing in the morning. I used the toilet. I stood at the sink and let the hot water run for a moment before splashing my face. The mirror was a little foggy from the heat. I grabbed my toothbrush and took my time, cleaning my teeth while half leaning against the sink, staring at my own sleepy reflection and thinking about nothing important. I didn't hurry. I lingered there because the bathroom was warm and the rest of the house felt a little chilly. I remember that clearly because I was enjoying how nice it felt to stand in that small, heated space in my t-shirt and underwear instead of stepping straight out into the cooler air in my room. After a while, I finished brushing, put the toothbrush back, quickly ran a comb through my hair, and wandered back into my bedroom to get dressed. I picked out some clothes, nothing special, just jeans and a shirt, and got dressed at my usual slow, lazy pace. Then I reached for my phone. It was lying where I'd left it the night before, on the nightstand next to the alarm clock. I picked it up to check my messages and notifications, the same way I do most mornings. But before I even opened anything, my eyes went to the corner of the screen to see what time it was. The phone said 10:25, 4 minutes. That's all the time that had supposedly passed since I'd looked at the alarm clock and seen 10:21. I just stood there for a second, phone in hand, trying to make that line up in my head. It didn't. I knew, with the kind of quiet certainty you get about small things, that I had been in the bathroom longer than 4 minutes. I had gone to the toilet, stood there letting the warm air soak into me, brushed my teeth properly, combed my hair, and then come back to my room and gotten dressed. There was no way all that had taken only 4 minutes, so I did the obvious thing. I turned my head and checked the alarm clock again, the same one I'd looked at when I first woke up. It also said 10:25. For a moment, I told myself a simple story to explain it. You were half asleep when you looked at it the first time, I thought. You probably misread it. Maybe it always said 10:25. Maybe you just thought it was 10:21 because your brain was still halfway in a dream. It was the easiest answer, and it was the kind of mistake that wouldn't have surprised me at all. I shrugged and decided not to think too much about it. People misread clocks all the time, especially right after waking up. I put the phone in my pocket and headed downstairs. So the house felt a little colder down there. I walked into the kitchen and living room area and did what I usually do in the mornings. I turned on my PC, pressing the power button and waiting for that familiar whir of fans spinning up. I grabbed the TV remote, clicked on the news, and set the volume low enough that I could listen while I made breakfast. I filled a glass of water and took a couple of big gulps. My stomach reminded me that I hadn't eaten yet, so I started to think about what I was going to have. There were some leftovers in the fridge, rice from the night before, that I thought would be good to heat up, plus I figured I'd cook a couple of eggs to go with it. I opened the fridge, pulled out the container of rice, and walked over to the microwave. I pressed the button to open the door, put the container inside, and my eyes, or out of habit, flicked to the microwave clock. It said 10:25. That made me stop dead. The microwave clock is usually the one in the house that I trust the least. It gets reset every time the power flickers, and like a lot of people, I don't always remember to set it exactly right, but I knew I hadn't touched it in a while, and I knew it definitely hadn't been blinking or anything when I walked into the kitchen. I pulled my phone out of my pocket immediately and checked the time again. 10:25. A cold little trickle of confusion slid down my back. I stood there looking at the two clocks, the one in my hand and the one glowing green above the microwave, trying to line up what I knew I had done in the last few minutes with what those clocks were telling me. There was no way that I had looked at the alarm clock in my bedroom, walked to the bathroom, done all my morning stuff, come back, checked my phone, then gone downstairs, turned on 2 different devices, poured water, dug around in the fridge, and started making breakfast in less than a minute. That kind of speed isn't possible, not with the way I move in the morning. This wasn't like misreading the time when I was half asleep. This wasn't like the difference between a digital display and an analog one. This was 3 different clocks, in 3 different places in my house, all insisting that the same minute was still happening long after it should have passed. I decided to test it. If the microwave clock was stuck, I'd be able to tell easily. I shut the microwave door and just stood there, staring at the display. I decided I'd count to 60 in my head, slow and clear. If the clock didn't change to 10:26 before I reached 60, then I'd know it wasn't moving properly. Something would be wrong with it, and that would at least explain one piece of the puzzle. I started counting. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. I watched the colon between the numbers blink. I watched the digits that made up 25 glow quietly in the little plastic window. About 20 seconds into my count, the numbers flicked over to 10:26. That actually made sense. It meant that the minute had almost certainly started before I'd looked at it. Time had been passing. I'd just happened to check in toward the end of that particular minute. The microwave clock, at least, seemed to be working exactly as it should. I let out a breath I didn't know I'd been holding. I finished setting the time to heat up the rice and went on with making the rest of my breakfast. I cracked a couple of eggs into a pan, stirred them around, and after everything was cooked, I plated up my food. Eggs, rice, fork, napkin. Simple. I took my plate over to my PC, which had finished booting up by then, and sat down in my chair. I wiggled the mouse to wake the screen properly and glanced at the bottom right corner where the time sits on the toolbar. 10:20. I just stared at it. I looked at it long enough that it felt like my eyes should start watering. Then I grabbed my phone and checked again, almost desperately. My phone also said 10:20. Now it wasn't just a question of a few minutes that might have been misread when I was half awake. And now I had one set of clocks upstairs and in the kitchen that had insisted on being stuck at 10:25 for longer than made sense, and a set of clocks on digital, internet-synced devices that were calmly telling me it was earlier than when I'd first woken up. This was the moment when something deep in me shifted from "I'm a bit confused" to "this is not normal." That's when I opened up a text file and started writing everything down. The times, what I had just done, where I had been, how long things had felt. I wanted a record in case my memory tried to smooth the edges over later. I thought if I wrote it all down in the moment, at least I'd have something concrete to look back at. After I'd written a little bit of what had just happened, I pulled up the small clock display on the computer. You know, the one that shows a round clock face with a second hand that ticks around, one little move at a time. I stared at that second hand. Tick, tick, tick. As I watched, the time at the bottom right corner slowly changed. 10:20 became 10:21, then 10:22, all in the normal expected way, 1 second at a time, 60 seconds to a minute. While I was actively looking at it, time seemed to behave exactly the way it was supposed to. For a while after that, maybe an hour or an hour and a half, I can't say for sure because, well, you'll see why, this became my pattern. I would sit there and watch a clock. It didn't matter if it was the one on the PC, the one on my phone, or an internet-based clock I pulled up on a website. As long as I kept my eyes on it, the seconds marched forward. 10:23, 10:24, 10:25. Everything looked normal, smooth, or continuous, but if I looked away for any real amount of time, if I turned my attention to something else for a couple of minutes, or I got lost in typing what was going on, or I went into the kitchen to rinse my plate, things stopped lining up again. I'd glance at the phone or the bottom corner of the PC by chance and see a time that did not fit with what I knew had just happened. Once, about 15 minutes after I'd first noticed the weirdness, the PC and phone both read 10:14, 10:14, earlier than times I'd already lived through that morning. I stared at that for a few seconds, my mind turning circles. Later, after it seemed like longer had passed, I checked again and saw 10:13. Time, according to my devices, had gone backwards by a minute. Then, after more stretches of me watching and not watching, they would jump back into the 10:20 seconds. No obvious pattern, no smooth, understandable timeline. Just random feeling drops and jumps within a 10 or 15 minute window, while the actual physical tasks I was doing seemed to fill more space than the numbers allowed. Every time I looked directly at a clock, second hand and all, and kept my eyes on it, it behaved itself. There was no skipping, no freezing, no backward ticking. Everything moved like clocks are supposed to move. It was only when I wasn't looking that reality seemed to relax a little and let time get weird. It was one of the strangest feelings I've ever had. On the surface, nothing dramatic was happening. I wasn't hearing voices or seeing things. Objects weren't flying around the room. The news kept playing on the TV. The computer hummed like always. But underneath that ordinary surface, something that is supposed to be one of the most solid things in your life, time itself, felt like it had turned to water. Was I losing my mind? I asked myself that question more than once that morning. Was this some kind of very specific, very boring hallucination? Was my brain scrambling something basic? I tried to rationalize it. Maybe one clock's battery was dying. Maybe there had been some kind of glitch with the network time protocol. Maybe my PC and my phone were both pulling time from some server that was misbehaving. But that still didn't quite fit with the way the microwave and the bedroom alarm clock had seemed stuck on 10:25 earlier, or the way the PC had showed 10:20 after I'd already watched the microwave flip over to 10:26. The thing that bothered me the most wasn't just that the times were off. It was that they were off in ways that made it impossible to lay out the morning on a straight, logical line. I knew how long it took me to shower, to dress, to pour water, to cook eggs. I knew it couldn't all compress into 4 minutes here or 1 minute there, or stretch out and then snap back. For that hour, maybe hour and a half, I had to stop trusting the clocks to tell me how long it really was. Everything felt a little unpinned. I moved slowly, deliberately. I checked and rechecked the times and wrote them down. I tried to see if there was some pattern, some rule, but if there was, I couldn't find it. And then, as quietly and strangely as it had started, it stopped. The next time I checked, the PC and phone times lined up with what I'd expect. The microwave and alarm clock matched them too, or at least were off in the normal I haven't adjusted this one after a power outage way. The second hands went around, the minutes ticked by, and when I looked away and did something else, I could glance back later and everything still made sense. I went on with my day. I ate lunch. I watched some videos. I answered messages. The weirdness didn't return. It hasn't returned in the 4 years since that morning. But I still remember waking up and seeing 10:21 on the clock. I still remember the way all the clocks in my house and on the internet played games with me for that span of time. I still remember sitting there watching a little second-hand tick around on a screen and feeling like I was only safe from the madness as long as I kept my eyes on it. Maybe there's some boring, technical explanation. Maybe several of my devices all hit some tiny time sync issue at the same moment. Maybe there was a glitch in the power and my alarm clock jumped. Maybe my brain really was misreading and misremembering more than I realized. I don't know. I've thought about it enough times that you'd think I'd have convinced myself one way or another. All I really know is what it felt like. It felt like, for about an hour of my life, time was a rubber band being stretched and snapped back while I watched from the inside. All my clocks went insane, and then, just as suddenly, they decided to behave again. Story 14. I've never liked spiders, but there's a very specific reason why they're more than just a normal fear for me. It all goes back to one hunting trip I took with my dad and some of my family when I was a kid. Before that day, spiders were just creepy little things I didn't want on my pillow. After that day, they became something else entirely. My dad loved hunting. He grew up with it. For him, it wasn't just about shooting something. It was tradition, time in nature, the kind of thing fathers and sons bonded over. A lot of people in my family were the same way. They told stories about past trips, about the biggest buck they'd seen, or the one that got away. They were proud of it. I was different. I don't enjoy shooting things. I'm not a hardcore animal rights activist or anything, and I get that people have hunted for food forever. I don't judge someone for feeding their family, but something about killing animals for sport or for bragging rights never sat right with me, even when I was little. It felt wrong, wasteful in a way. Taking a life just to hang it on a wall or talk about it later made me uncomfortable. But I was a kid who wanted to make his dad happy. I wanted to be included. When he invited me along on that hunting trip, part of me wanted to say no, but I didn't. I said yes, packed my stuff, and tried to act like I was excited. The place we went to was out in the middle of nowhere. At least it felt like that to me. Long stretches of road, then dirt paths, then rough tracks through trees and brush. The kind of place where the sounds are different from home. No cars, no neighbors, just wind in the branches, insects buzzing, and the occasional bird calling out. The plan was simple. The adults would go to different blinds and stands, and I would help by sitting in one of the ground blinds. A ground blind is basically a little camouflaged tent or structure you sit in so the deer can't see you. They set me up in one with a radio, so if I saw any deer moving in the direction of the others, I could call it in, and they could adjust. It made me feel slightly important, like I had a job that mattered, even if I didn't want to pull a trigger myself. Before they dropped me off, I made sure to pack what I thought were the essentials: my Game Boy, some extra batteries, a couple of game cartridges, some snacks, and a can of bug spray. I was more prepared for boredom than for wildlife. When we finally got to the blind, they wanted me in. My dad parked the truck, walked me over, and showed me how to use the radio again, just in case I'd forgotten since the last trip. He reminded me which channel everyone was on, what to say if I saw anything, and made sure I had enough water. "You're good?" he asked. "Yeah," I said, trying to sound confident. He ruffled my hair, gave me a quick smile, and then they all headed off in separate directions, leaving me alone in my little camouflaged box. Inside the blind, it was cramped but not terrible. There was a small fold-out stool to sit on, and openings in the fabric so you could look out at different angles. I set my backpack down, pulled out my Game Boy, and settled in for what I knew would be a long, slow wait. For a while, it was fine. The silence outside was broken only by little forest sounds and the occasional crackle of static on the radio. Inside, I had the comforting little beeps and tunes of Pokemon battles. I lost track of time as I walked through virtual grass and fought the same wild creatures over and over, trying to level my team up. Eventually, though, even that got boring. Grinding in Pokemon is fun up to a point, and then it becomes the same thing on repeat. Fight, win, tiny bit of progress. Fight, win, tiny bit of progress. After what felt like hours, my eyes started to hurt a little from staring at the tiny screen. The excitement had worn off, and I was just there. I saved my game and turned the device off, leaving the blind feeling suddenly much quieter than before. Without the music and sound effects, all I could hear was the faint rustle of leaves outside and my own breathing. I sighed, put the Game Boy down, and reached into my backpack to fish around for another cartridge. I knew I'd packed at least one more game in there, and I was determined to find it. As I was digging through my bag, shifting things around, I heard it. A strange sound, a kind of soft, steady whooshing noise. It wasn't loud, but it wasn't subtle either. It sounded close, too close to be wind high up in the trees. It had a weird rhythm to it, like a lot of tiny things moving together all at once. At first I couldn't place it. I froze, hand still in my backpack, and listened. The sound continued for a second or two, then stopped. That almost made it worse. Constant noise is one thing. A sound that comes and goes makes you strain your ears even more, waiting for it to happen again. I sat there, holding my breath, eyes scanning the slits in the blind. But I didn't see anything. Just trees, brush, and the empty clearing in front of me where, in theory, a deer was supposed to wander through. Curiosity got the better of me. I put my backpack down, stood up slowly, and decided to take a look around outside. Maybe it was just a bird. Maybe the canvas of the blind was rubbing against something. Maybe my brain was playing tricks on me. I unzipped the blind's flap as quietly as I could and stepped out into the open air. The world outside was bright and white-green, full of sunlight filtering through leaves. The blind was positioned under the edge of some trees, with one side facing the open field and the back tucked up against more brush. I walked around the front side first, glancing at the clear view of the field, seeing nothing unusual. No animals, no people, no movement other than the normal sway of branches. I kept walking, turning around the side of the blind. Still nothing. As I came around to the back side, I saw it. The entire back wall of the blind, every inch of the outside fabric, was covered in a mass of daddy-long legs. Not a few scattered here and there, not a couple of clusters. The whole surface was alive. They were stacked on top of each other, legs tangled and overlapping, their small round bodies pressed close together. They formed a moving, shifting carpet of spindly limbs. Their long, thin legs twitched and waved in waves, making that eerie whooshing sound I had heard from inside as they rubbed against each other and the fabric of the blind. It was like someone had poured a bucket of spiders on the back of the blind, and they had decided to all stay right there. For a second, my mind went blank. I don't know if you've ever seen that many daddy long legs in one place. One or two, most people can handle. They're harmless, people always say, but hundreds, maybe thousands of them, all packed together like that, is something else. It triggers some deep, primal part of your brain that screams, wrong, too many, get away. My heart started to race. My skin crawled. The hair on my arms stood up. My first instinct was to run. Just turn around and sprint as fast and as far as I could away from that blind and that wall of spiders. Then reality slammed back in. I had no idea where I was. I had been driven out to the blind. I hadn't been paying much attention to the exact route we took. I couldn't see the main camp from where I was, and I had a radio for a reason. Wandering off blindly into the woods or fields, in any direction, without telling anyone, was not a good plan. So I stood there, torn between the urge to flee and the knowledge that staying in the general area of the blind was probably the safer choice overall. I needed a solution to the spider problem, and I needed it fast, before my mind spiraled completely out of control. That's when I had what I thought, at the time, was a brilliant idea. I had a can of off-bug spray in my backpack. Standard issue for being out in the wild with mosquitoes and ticks. I also had a lighter. I knew from messing around as a dumb kid that if you sprayed bug spray into a flame, it would create a kind of makeshift blowtorch. In my panicked, not thinking clearly state, that seemed like an answer. Burn the spiders, burn them all, clear the wall, make it safe. Because stupid, that's why. I went back into the blind, grabbed my backpack with trembling hands, and rifled through it until I found the can of off and my lighter. I came back around to the back side of the blind, facing the writhing, moving mass of daddy long legs, and took a deep breath. I did not at any point consider the wind direction. I didn't stop to think about where the spray would drift, or how the spiders might react. All I thought was, fire makes things go away. I clicked the lighter on with my thumb. A small flame danced at the end. I aimed the nozzle of the off at the spiders, held it close to the flame, and pressed down. A jet of misty liquid shot out and instantly caught fire, turning into a bright, short burst of flame. It hit the wall of spiders like a wave. For a split second, I felt a twisted kind of victory. The fire touched them. They moved. I was doing something. Then everything went wrong at once. The moment the flame hit them, the spiders all let go of the wall. Every single one. Their little bodies and long legs detached from the fabric in what felt like a single, horrifying motion. The entire mass of them dropped and flew outward, away from the blind. And straight at me. I had made the mistake of standing downwind, so when they let go, the slight breeze caught them and pushed them in my direction. It was like a living net being thrown at me. A net made of flaming, falling spiders. They came at my face, my chest, my arms, my legs. All those legs, all those tiny bodies, many of them on fire, flying through the air. I screamed. I didn't even know I could scream like that. It ripped out of me from somewhere deep, a high, panicked, wordless sound. I dropped the lighter and the can of off without even realizing it. I started flailing, swatting at myself, trying to brush them off. I could feel them landing on my clothes, on my bare skin, hot and moving. The thought that some of them might be crawling under my shirt, up my sleeves, into my hair, drove me wild. I did the only thing my brain could come up with in that moment. I threw myself onto the ground and rolled. I rolled and rolled, rubbing my back and sides against the dirt and grass, trying to crush anything that might still be clinging to me. I kicked my legs, slapped at my arms, kept screaming. My hands went to my shirt and tore it off over my head. I kicked off my shoes, stripped off everything I could as fast as I could. I didn't care that I was now half naked next to a hunting blind in the middle of nowhere. Modesty was not even on the list of concerns. The only thing that mattered was getting those spiders, those burning, crawling things, off me. Finally, after what felt like forever, but was probably only a few seconds, the immediate horror passed. I didn't feel anything moving on my skin anymore. The air around me was filled only with the sound of my ragged breathing and a few faint crackles from patches of burned grass or fabric, which thankfully did not turn into a full fire. I lay there on the ground, shaking, my heart pounding so hard it made my chest hurt. My eyes were stinging, either from the smoke or from the tears that I hadn't realized were streaming down my face. Then I remembered the radio. I scrambled up, half stumbling, grabbed it from where it was lying inside the blind, and clicked it on with trembling fingers. "Dad," I said into the receiver, my voice cracking. "Dad, you need to come get me. Now, we're going home. We're going home right now." I don't remember exactly what he said back. I just remember that I was sobbing and swearing in a way I never had before in front of him. Words fell out of me that I'd always been careful not to say around adults. I yelled about spiders, about fire, about how I was done with this, about how I wanted to leave immediately. For a while after that, everything is a bit of a blur. Eventually, my dad arrived. I must have managed to get myself into some sort of clothes again by then, but I doubt I looked anything like calm. He found the scorched back of the blind, the remnants of the spider mass, the burned patches around it. He saw my red, tear-streaked face, my scraped arms and legs from throwing myself on the ground. He didn't yell at me about the fire. Not then, anyway. He could see how shaken I was. I think in that moment he realized that forcing me to finish the trip would do more harm than good. We went home. That day stayed with me for a long time. For a while, just thinking about it made my heart race. Closing my eyes brought back the image of that wall of spiders, then of them all letting go at once. I could feel them on my skin again, phantom crawling that made me want to jump out of my own body. I had nightmares about them, dark shapes covering walls, ceilings, beds, all letting go and falling on me. My fear of spiders went from a normal, healthy, I don't want them near me, to a deep, intense phobia. Any spider, even a tiny one, could send me into a minor panic. Pictures of them made me uncomfortable. Videos of them made my palms sweat. Eventually, I went through therapy for it. In therapy, we talked about that hunting trip, about how my fear wasn't just about 8 legs and webs. It was about that moment of total helplessness, of being overwhelmed by something I hadn't expected and couldn't control. It was about my brain tying spiders to danger, panic, body out of control in a very strong way. We worked on slowly desensitizing me, on separating that one horrible event from every spider that would ever exist. It took time, it took patience, but it helped. Now, years later, I don't break down at the sight of a small spider in the corner of the room. I can handle seeing a picture of one on a screen without freaking out. I've gotten back to the point where they're just creatures I strongly prefer not to be around. But I still hate them. Hey, and if you ever wonder why someone's fear of something seems too big for the thing itself, why they react so strongly to something like a spider or a dog or a certain place, remember that sometimes it isn't about the thing at all. It's about one burning, crawling moment they never really forgot. Story 15. I was around 13 years old when this happened, and even though a lot of other things from that age have faded, this memory is still sharp. It comes back to me every time I see a missing pet poster or hear about a stolen dog. I still remember my dog's face that day, the way she looked at me when I finally found her, and the strange, cold feeling I got from the man who had her. We had a small white dog, and she was my best friend growing up. She wasn't a fancy breed or anything expensive. She was just this scruffy, a happy little mix with bright eyes and a curled tail that wiggled like crazy every time she saw me. I spent a lot of time with her. We walked together, played in the yard, curled up on the couch while I watched TV. She slept on the floor by my bed most nights. In my mind, she was more like a little sister than a pet. We lived in a house with a fenced backyard. The fence was good, solid wood, but the gate in the back was a constant problem. It didn't always latch properly unless you pushed it hard and checked it. More than once, someone in my family would go out the back gate and come in through the front door and forget to make sure the gate was really closed. A small gap was enough for my dog to nose it open and slip out. She was curious by nature. She loved to sniff everything, especially near garbage cans and along alleys. The smells there must have been like some kind of dog heaven. When she realized the gate was open, she would treat it like a chance to go on an adventure. She didn't bolt in a straight line and vanish. She wandered. She explored. The first few times it happened, my family and I panicked. We loved her, and the idea of her being alone out there near the road was terrifying. But we were lucky. Our neighborhood was pretty peaceful. It wasn't one of those busy inner-city areas where cars fly down the street or where there are packs of stray dogs. The houses were close together but not crammed, and most of the people seemed friendly enough. We had sidewalks, small front yards, and long shared alleys behind the houses where people put out their trash. When my dog got out, we usually knew pretty quickly. Someone would notice the quiet backyard, call her name, and see the gate hanging open. Then the search would begin. My heart would be pounding, my mind full of the worst possibilities, but in reality, I almost always found her not that far from home, normally just a block or two over in one of the alleys behind the houses. She'd be there, nose deep in a pile of interesting trash or sniffing along a fence line, her tail up and wagging. I'd call her name, and she'd look up, her whole body lighting up. She'd drop whatever she'd been interested in and sprint straight toward me, ears back, excited to see me like we'd been apart for days instead of minutes. I'd clip her leash on or just pick her up and carry her, and we'd head home. No big drama. Just another, oh no, she got out again story. Because this kept happening, it almost became a routine. The gate was left open. As she wandered out, I went looking. I found her. We came back. I wasn't careless about it. It always scared me a little. But I also had this quiet, luck-based confidence that I'd find her sooner or later. Then came the day that broke that pattern. One afternoon, someone, no one ever admitted who, left the back gate open again. I looked out into the yard and saw nothing but grass and toys. No white dog. The gate stood just slightly ajar, swinging gently in the breeze. My chest tightened. I grabbed my shoes and headed out immediately, trying to stay calm. I told myself, like always, that I'd find her in one of the usual places. I walked the route I always walked, down our street, cut around the corner, head into the alleys behind the row of houses, checking all the little spots she liked. I kept calling her name softly, but listening for the jingle of her collar or the scratch of her paws on pavement. But this time, the alleys were empty. I checked the first alley, then the second, then the third. No sign of her. No flash of white fur. No sound of excited paws running toward me. I called her louder as I went, my voice starting to rise with worry. I peered under parked cars, behind trash cans, through fences with gaps. Nothing. Minutes passed, and then turned into what felt like a long, slow hour. The afternoon sun crept higher. My feet started to ache from walking. My throat felt dry from calling her name. My mind, meanwhile, kept producing worse and worse images. Her getting hit by a car, someone mean grabbing her getting lost and never finding her way back. I realized at some point that I had walked farther than I ever had before on one of these searches. The neat rows of single-family houses began to give way to a different kind of area. After about 6 blocks, much further than she had ever roamed before, I reached a stretch with townhomes and rental properties. The houses were closer together and taller. The yards were smaller, squeezed in wherever there was room. Some of the fences were high and solid, some low and broken. There were more cars parked on the street, more trash bins, more signs saying "for rent" or "no parking." I slowed down a bit, looking around. Part of me kept saying, "There's no way she came this far. She never goes this far." The familiar places were behind me. The farther I walked, the less this felt like her area. By then I was close to tears. I was tired, scared, and starting to lose hope. I thought about turning back, going home, and waiting to see if she'd somehow managed to find her way there again. That thought made my stomach twist. What if she couldn't? What if I went home and missed her by 5 minutes somewhere? I stood on the sidewalk for a moment, torn, feeling small and lost myself. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw something move. It was just a tiny flicker of motion behind a tall wooden fence that bordered one of the backyards in front of me. The fence boards were close together, but there were small gaps and cracks between them. In one of those narrow spaces, something white shifted. I stopped and stared. At first, I thought it could be anything, a plastic bag, a piece of cloth, some random trash caught on something, but then I heard it, a small, sharp sound, a yip, and my heart lurched so hard it almost hurt. That sound was familiar. It was not a bark, not the deep, sharp woof of a big dog. It was that little, high-pitched sound my dog made when she was excited or upset. I walked toward the fence, my pulse suddenly hammering. There was no gate right there, so I had to go around the building a bit, looking for an opening or a place where I could see better into the yard. I finally found a spot where I could get a clearer look. In this random stranger's backyard, muddy and wet, chained to a post in the ground, was my dog. She looked small and miserable, her once fluffy white fur now dirty and clumped with mud. A heavy chain was attached to her collar, and it stretched taut as she strained against it, pulling with all her might. When she saw me, her body went from tense, struggling to frantic joy in a split second. She barked and yipped and tried to launch herself at me, but the chain yanked her back. That chain looked wrong. It was thick and crude, not like a normal dog leash or a nice chain meant for pets. It looked more like something you'd use to secure a bike or fence, repurposed without care. The ground around the post was worn in a circle, like she'd been going round and round trying to get free. There was no mistaking her. This wasn't just some white dog that kind of looks like mine. This was my dog. I knew her face, her eyes, the spots on her ears. Her collar was the same bright color with the same tags hanging from it, her license tag and the one with our address and phone number. Seeing her there, in someone else's yard, chained up like that, it sent a rush of anger and confusion through me that almost drowned out the relief of having found her at all. At first, I thought maybe it was simple. Maybe these people had seen a loose dog on the street, gotten worried for her safety, and brought her into their yard to keep her from getting hit by a car. Maybe they were planning to call the number on her tag or take her to the pound if no one came looking. It seemed like a reasonable, kind thing to do. But then I noticed something else. She was not calm. She was not sniffing around or sitting patiently. She was pulling away from the house, away from the direction of the back door, toward me, with a kind of desperate energy I hadn't seen in her before. And there was no water bowl, no sign that anyone had tried to make her comfortable. Just dirt, mud, that chain, and her. And I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself, and decided to go to the front door. I walked around the side of the property to where the main entrance was. As I stepped up to the front porch, I hesitated for a second. This wasn't my house. These were strangers. I was just a kid, standing on someone else's doorstep, about to accuse them of something. But then I thought of my dog chained up in their backyard, and my hesitation disappeared. I rang the doorbell. I heard noises inside, voices, movement, the muffled sounds of people talking. I waited. No one came. I counted a slow 20 seconds in my head. Still nothing. I rang the bell again, this time holding it down a bit longer. Finally, the door opened a crack. An older man peered out at me through the narrow opening. He looked to be maybe in his late 50s or early 60s, or with short, dark hair graying at the temples. His face was lined a bit, and he wore glasses. Ethnically, he looked Asian, maybe Chinese, maybe Vietnamese. I couldn't say for sure, but that was my impression, even though it didn't really matter in that moment. He didn't open the door wide. He just gave me a narrow slice of his face and shoulder, as if he already wanted this conversation to be short. "Yes?" he said. "Hi," I started, my voice coming out a little shaky but filled with relief. "My name is... I'll just call myself me here, and I'm here about my dog. I'm so happy you found her, and thank you for getting her off the streets." I smiled as I spoke, trying to show that I was grateful and not looking for a fight. I honestly thought he'd smile back, maybe open the door more, say something like, "Oh, good, you're here. We were worried." Instead, he just stared at me. His expression was flat, almost suspicious, like I was a salesman or someone trying to trick him. "What dog?" he said. My smile faded. I blinked, my brain doing a double take. "What?" I replied. "My dog? The little white dog you have in your backyard?" His eyes didn't change. His tone didn't change. It was like he was reading from a script that said, "Deny everything. We have no dog here," he said. And then he started to close the door. That feeling, when you know something is very, very wrong and someone is pretending it isn't, hit me hard right then. That fucker, he was lying. I knew he was lying. I had just seen her, my dog, chained up in his backyard, with my own eyes. I reacted without thinking. I stuck my foot forward and stopped the door from closing completely. "The dog in your backyard," I said, my voice rising automatically. I pointed with my arm past him toward the side of the house. "Right there!" I shouted, louder than I meant to. My heart was racing now, and pure panic had started to creep in around the edges of my anger. As I pointed, my dog began to bark and yip frantically from the backyard, like she knew I was trying to prove she existed and wanted to help. The man's eyes flicked in the direction I was pointing. He paused. His face tightened in an expression I could only describe as annoyed, or maybe disappointed, like someone whose plan had just been spoiled by something small but unavoidable. He looked back at me. "Oh, that dog," he said, his voice changing only a little, as if he had only just remembered she was back there. And the way he said it was so unconvincing that it made my skin crawl. It sounded more like, "Oh, right, the evidence I forgot you could see," than, "Oh, you must mean the dog we rescued." Without another word to me, he pulled the door back fully enough to slip out of the frame and left the doorway. For a moment I stood there alone on the porch, completely mystified and more than a little scared. I didn't know what he was going to do. Was he going to walk me back there and pretend he'd been about to call animal control? Was he going to come out and yell at me? Was he going to try to keep her somehow? The longer he stayed out of sight, the more my imagination spiraled. I couldn't just stand there, so I went back around the house toward the yard. My thoughts were a jumble of fear and anger. I was ready, if I had to, to jump that fence and take her back myself. The idea of leaving her there, chained in that yard, made my stomach twist. She was my dog. Her collar, her tags, her life, all connected to me and my family. This man had no right to her. I reached the section of the fence near where I'd first seen her. I put my hands on the top, preparing to climb. The wood was rough under my fingers. I was just about to pull myself up when I saw movement through a gap. The patio door at the back of the house slid open. The same man stepped out into the yard. He looked even more annoyed now, like he was being forced to do something he did not want to do. His body language was stiff. He walked over to where my dog was chained. My dog's reaction told me almost as much as anything else that had happened. She pulled away from him. As he approached, she tried to lean as far from him as the chain would allow. Her body went low to the ground, ears back, eyes wide. She wasn't just excited to see me. She was clearly afraid of him. This wasn't a dog who had been calmly sitting in a safe place with a kind stranger. This was a dog desperate to get away from someone she didn't trust. He reached down, fiddled with the chain at her collar, and unclipped it. Then, without petting her, without saying anything to her or to me, he walked over to the gate in the fence. He opened the gate. The instant there was a gap wide enough for her to pass through, she bolted. She didn't hesitate for even half a second. She shot out of that yard like a bullet, straight toward me. I dropped down to my knees and opened my arms, and she almost leaped into them. Her body shook with excitement and what felt like relief. She licked my face, my hands, whined and yipped, pressing herself against me like she wanted to merge with my skin and never be separated again. Over her shoulder, as I held her close, I saw the man. He didn't say a word. He didn't ask for thanks. He didn't apologize. He didn't explain why he'd denied having her in the first place. He just stood there for a second, scowled, then turned around and walked back into his house, sliding the patio door shut behind him. I stood there in the narrow space by the fence, my dog in my arms, heart still pounding, mind racing. I have no idea to this day exactly what his intentions were. I don't know if he had seen her wandering, decided to keep her, and thought no one would come that far looking. I don't know if he'd watched her slip into his yard and simply decided, free dog. I don't know why he lied the first time, why he tried to shut the door on me, why he only admitted she was there when I pointed and she started barking. What I do know is that he didn't act like someone who had done a good deed. He didn't act like someone who had rescued a lost pet and was waiting for the owner. He acted like someone caught. My dog and I walked home after that, my grip on her leash so tight my knuckles were white. I didn't let her more than a few inches from my side the entire way. When we got back, I told my family what had happened. They were furious. They believed me. We talked about whether we should call someone, animal control, the police, but in the end we didn't. Maybe we should have. Maybe he'd done this before, and maybe he did it again. That thought still makes me uneasy. Something else changed after that day. My dog stopped roaming. She still went out into the yard, still sniffed every corner, still got excited when there were interesting smells on the breeze. But if the back gate ever got left open again, which despite that scare still happened a couple of times, she never wandered far. More than once, we found her just outside the gate, sitting or standing there, waiting patiently. She'd stick her head out to look around, maybe sniff the air, but she didn't head down the alley or around the block like before. It was almost like she had had her own eye-opening experience that day and had decided, nope, I'm good. I know where home is, and I'll stay right here, thanks. Once, as we came outside and saw her sitting right next to the closed gate on the outside, as if she'd slipped out and then changed her mind, waiting for one of us to open it so she could go back in. She wagged her tail like she'd just proved something to herself and to us. I'll never know exactly what that man in the townhome was thinking. I'll never know if he took her with the idea of keeping her, or whether he just couldn't be bothered to do the right thing. I'll never know how long she'd been there before I found her, or what might have happened if I hadn't walked as far as I did, pushing past where I thought she would ever go. What I do know is that I got the worst feeling from him. That cold, eerie kind of feeling when someone looks at you and lies straight to your face about something you both know is true. And I know that I am so grateful I didn't give up the search that day. Now that you've heard everything, which incident do you think has the most logical explanation, and which one has absolutely none? And if you had to choose, which place would you rather spend one night in? The house with the attic hatch, the home with the mirrors, or the one where someone tried to get in while you were alone? Tell me your pick, and why.